Oh, hello, hello, hello. We are live. Back in not in Satisfactory. What am I saying? I was reading the chat. Because Kadir Torun Olglu said, bro, I need the next Satisfactory video. So that's why it's Satisfactory on the brain. We are in City Skylines too, of course. And there is a massive vortex tornado thing happening in the distance. So we're back in the Carlo city, which is the kind of experimentation city that we have, where I'm trying out some of the later game mechanics before we actually get to them in the main series, so I can kind of prepare myself and also just get a little bit better with the various tools in the game and get people's suggestions and ideas and thoughts and feedback and stuff like that as well. Hello indeed. Hope everyone's well. I might be getting a little sick. I don't know. Just maybe the very, very slightest. So apologies if I'm a little bit sniffly every now and then, but I feel basically fine. I've just noticed head cold symptoms type thing. So taking my vitamins, drinking my water. So hopefully I'll be alright. I'm taking it easy. Okay, yeah, we should put on some music. The music's off because I record my series with my own music now. Maybe we can turn up the game. Alright, here we are. 51,000 population, 64 million in the bank. Hot damn. How the hell did we do that? 50,000 an hour. Wow. I guess it's actually a pretty successful city, considering it was a giant experiment. Worked out pretty well. Yes, this is what we spent like 3 to 4 hours on in the previous stream, was this junction. And to be fair, it looks good now. One other thing I'm just going to do with it real quickly is turn off the... I just don't like the white lines on the roads. Can't stand it. There we go. Yeah, so we've got our trams running. We have our people using all aspects of our pedestrian crossover bridge. And they're sheltered from the rain. Oh my god, it's loud. The trams going by. I'll keep that a bit lower, actually. And then they're two stops, don't they? They got one on this end and one on that end. Yeah. Looks like they're getting a little backed up, though. Actually, not too bad. Alright, cool. Can't wait to play this on PS5 in the summer. Hello, Andrew. And hello, Rosie. Send prayers for Darren. Because I'm, like, 1% sick right now. Thoughts and prayers. So the other thing we built in the previous stream, excuse me, was the medical university. Really, really, really large plot for that. And I think I added this myself afterwards, a college. Because I did add some offices and I decided now they were kind of blocking the view of the building. So I thought, yeah, we'll get something else in there. But has created a little bit of congestion. Oh yeah, we're right-hand drive. Oh, so weird to keep flipping between the two. Also, we added these like unique factories over here. Now, they're not up to full strength at the moment. This one's at 13% efficiency because it's got no employees. It's amazing that it has any efficiency. But yeah, it needs 900 employees, basically, all in the well and highly educated category. So they're going to be filling up over time, but we're probably going to move them. So today's video and today's stream, my goal is to kind of be focused a bit more on doing a harbor. Going to start building it out here. We're just going to get straight into it. It looks like there's car accidents left, right, and center. Probably going to redesign a lot of this entire industrial area up here. So redesign this area and build out a harbor. Probably just remove that island altogether. And we'll see how this all works. I've never really built one before. The only thing I've ever done with the harbor is build one for the thumbnail, and that was it. Just got my first city to 100k, says Alphabet, in Windy Fjords. That's pretty hectic. Yeah, I've seen a few videos where people have like 400,000 and stuff, which is pretty crazy. 100,000 though. No small feat. Congratulations. It's a lot easier to make money in Cities 2 than the last game. That's for sure. I feel like it's like a U-curve or whatever, or a bell curve almost, where you start off, and to me it's actually quite hard to make money early game. You get given a lot of money, obviously, which is fine, but to actually be profitable early on, at least in my experience, doesn't really happen until you get to around Boom, Busy, and Big Town. Around there. Boomtown, you can start, like, if you want to squeeze your population with taxes, you can start turning a profit fairly easily. Alright, I think I'll turn off the day-night visuals just because it's getting dark already, and going to be bright. I'm probably just going to turn off the rain. I feel like the city is always raining. Don't know why, so we'll just do that with dev mode. We do that in simulation. We go down to weather and climate. So, is that alright? Precipitation? There it is. Override precipitation. Keep it at 0. Let that just filter away. All right, there we go. So what are the city's problems? I don't want to get too sidetracked, but we have this high rent issue. You people have been suggesting that the high rent issue could be because people have no way of moving into smaller homes. Because they're all the same size. I don't know if that's the cause or the case or what, but it's certainly an issue that we've never been able to get rid of, and it's only ever appeared, for me anyway, for low density. So, still not sure what the cause of that is. And there was no commonality between the different houses, because we did select them. And some people could even say, like, they're wealthy and be complaining about the rent. So it does seem to be maybe based on plot size or location or something like that. I think we got a decent amount of traffic as well. So, it's an experimental city. I wouldn't be too worried about things. I think we've got like 10% unemployment at the moment. Yeah, it's probably going to get a lot worse initially as we rebuild this industrial area. And remove this island. So let's get cracking, shall we? Nothing changed in the last update. My income skyrocketed. This income has been really high here. Oh my god. No, you're totally right. Never mind. Wow, we just went up by 10 times the income just there in the span of a few minutes. And that's obviously because of whatever the last update's been. Wow, you're totally right. Ricky Jones was on the money. I thought at being at 50,000 I was going to be like, yeah, it's always actually been that high here, but that's that seems pretty crazy. But anyway, is what it is. 2 billion is the max bank account. Oh, for the max amount of money you can have. How's the land value? It's the same for everybody here, pretty much. You can see that it's almost like almost uniformly spread around these high rent households. There's just I don't really want to spend a long time looking at it, but suggestions are welcome because I get sidetracked very easily. In the last stream, I just spent 4 hours on one junction, so like I don't want to have that happen again. Even though I actually really happy with how it looks. But yeah, I couldn't find any like commonality between them. Building level. They're all around that building level, actually, the orange one, which is tier 3. Although not all of them. Not all of them. And almost all of them are the same size. Well, some of the ones, yes, almost all of them are. So, I don't know. We did spend quite a bit looking at them, and we checked out all the people living in them to see, like, okay, they have wretched wealth. They're poor. They're wealthy. So, you know, I don't know. Hard to tell. I think it's still a bug. Yeah, maybe. We actually deleted those houses, and then fresh ones came in, fresh people moved in, and it still happened. It didn't happen to the same plots, but it just happened in the same sort of amount. About 20 little pop-ups. Always low density. So, we'll see. If we can figure out eventually. Yeah, I thought we'd just look at what we actually worked on last time, which was this unique junction here, which is a little messy. I don't know why it's done this. Can't prevent a left-hand turn for the tram, which I would like to do there, but it just does it anyway. The trams don't really go that way. Just the layout looks like they do. But other than that, I'm quite happy with it. We built a dedicated tram line, and then 2 one-way roads either side, with trees and stuff either side. Then we go into a 4-lane, we put an island on the 4-lane, our 2 stops are on that 4-lane there. Into a roundabout that's been paved over for the trams to roll over it. Then with this pedestrian crossing bridge. So this took like 3 or 4 hours on that stream. But at least now, I actually think it looks great. It's probably the best thing I built, to be honest. So yeah, quite happy with it. It's very busy though. This tram is going that way. I don't know why they stop here because a tram has stopped on its stop. I wish they would kind of just filter in behind it, but they don't go until that one clears the roundabout pretty much. That's a bit of a problem with it, I guess. Because as they're doing their loop, a lot of them seem to have to wait here because it's quite a long gap that they end up creating. They don't prevent this one coming out, though. So anyway, that's that. 20 people on these ones at the moment, although it is 8 o'clock. Oof, got a bit of a traffic jam. Yeah, like I said, we could get sidetracked a million ways to Sunday with this kind of stuff. Just gonna leave it. We're gonna build a cargo harbor, change a lot, and then we'll get back to focusing on traffic and problems like that. High rents can be decreased if you reduce the plot size. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Some people, that's what people have said. I don't quite get that. Are you just saying that they should have plots that are smaller available to them, right? Because obviously if I delete this house, put in a smaller plot, the same people don't move back in. Maybe someone else. So maybe it's just the case that you need to have a certain amount of small plots compared to certain big ones. These are all largely the same, mostly the same. There's certainly no small ones like 2x2s or something. But just as an example, maybe if we just did this, just put in a couple of 2x2s down here. And then maybe given enough time, those people would move into them, or it would sort itself out. Like now there's an, oops, oh that's fine I guess. Now there's like the option for smaller households here. I can't do that actually. So I'll tell you what, we'll delete some of the ones that have the problem. And then I'll zone just a few extra ones that are small plots again. And just see does it make any difference. And do these pop back by the end of the stream, you know? A terrible waste of land, space, but it's just more of a test than anything. Alright, so lots of little homes for you guys. Although they're near a school and near some shops and near enough to some amenities, so maybe the land value is still high. I don't know. Perfect sizes, 2x2s. That's why bigger buildings have less high rent problems, because many people are sharing the plots. Plus, we have low rent housing available, right? So it's like you'd expect the people that can't afford their regular homes would move into those, but maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say maybe we should have more low-rent housing, but I'm not sure. We did a whole stream and went back and forth on it a few different times. Did a few tests with it, but never fully solved it, obviously. And then eventually it just popped up back to the same level it was at. And anyways, all right, let's begin. So we're gonna start designing a cargo harbor and redesigning the industrial sector to kind of work with it. Now, the one thing I've seen with the cargo harbor is that it can actually have a railway placed into it, which is nice. And we did trains in the last stream. We did a bit more with our trains in the last stream. We have a cargo terminal here. Check our industrial zones. The wind is blowing out. Okay, so if this is north, you know, it's blowing northwest. So still think the industry could sit somewhere up here. Maybe we could put some logging industry in. I don't think we have any. Wondering, do we want it? So there's also a cargo train terminal here. That's fine. I think I'll probably maybe remove that one. Remove a lot of the industry here. Place a harbor out somewhere here. Remove this island. And see how we get on with that. I think that's what I'll probably do. Just to kind of check it all out. I'm going to use the island to make a harbor on it. Because it would be a really nasty choke point for vehicles to get in and out. Harbors tend to have very high traffic of vehicles. Because, you know, they're spawning like tons of trucks basically. I feel like building in a small location to put a harbor on it wouldn't be ideal. That'd be my guess. Maybe on one of the bigger ones. So it's like you've got traffic flowing through it and the harbor is out here. Well, I mean, we could do that actually. That's a nice island actually thinking about it. Or should we try that? We could unlock this island.
Advisory has been issued for the immediate.
This is
Housing. The leader of the city service.
We could unlock this island. We have to build a couple of bridges out towards it from both sides of the highway. But this little section across here could be where it goes. Now, I wanted to put rail onto it as well, so we'd need a rail bridge. An extra thing. But that could be a fun challenge. Certainly look a bit more cool. And thanks, Usama. He says, I really love your City Skylines 2 series. I recently found you, watched, and waited for each ep. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. Yeah, the episodes will be coming out a bit quicker now, hopefully, as well. Oh, by the way, for people who are asking about City Skyline, or sorry, Satisfactory, I'll actually be streaming it tomorrow for people who want to tune into that. I've got some work to do on that save, and I don't want to make a full episode just yet, so I thought streaming it would be good. A lot of people ask questions on it, so it'd be a good time to chat with people back and forth as well. Yes, let's have fun. Let's begin. Alright, so we have, yeah, we'll just unlock all of this. You want to go like, all the way up into that highway. Go even further up if we can. Come down a bit here. Alright, how many tiles is that? 16? That's alright. I will need more than that. Whoops. That to the side of it. Just do all of it there. Totally clear that area. Alright, everything the light touches, I just gotta... We're closing in on a Steam achievement for that. How did you make the color theme orange? In this game, the UI, you just go to interface, UI style, dark gray, orange. So you do it. The reason I did that wasn't, I don't actually particularly like the color orange, no offense to it. It was more to get the dark theme. Because with the transparent windows being blue, if you're looking at things during the daytime, it can be very hard to see, I feel like, through some of the tooltips. But because this is like basically black and gray, a lot clearer, I feel. So that's how. Thanks very much, Sid. Alright, so with that unlocked, I'm just wondering, do we keep this little mini island here, or do we get rid of it? And where are the... Tell you what, I'm gonna take a bit of a snapshot from up here. And then in Photoshop, I'll draw where I think the highway can go. Very quickly, because you can get like a nice smooth curve with that. I'll show it on screen so we can kind of work out how this is going to go. Alright, so Photoshop. While we're waiting for that to boot up, we have now ferries. So we need a regular harbor has to be placed down first. Oh, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Cargo harbor. Wow. Okay, yeah. Be big. Big building. And then, like I said, if it's going to have a rail further into it, it'll go even further back. Alright. My Photoshop, there it is. Are you going to give the new island ferry access only? No. Because it's a cargo harbor, so a lot of trucks are coming in. There would be no point in having it as a cargo harbor if it was ferry access only, right? Unless I'm missing something. I'm scarred by the color orange. I don't know, don't like it. Alrighty, so this is our current layout. In fact, maybe we could use one of the overlays that brightens up the road infrastructure color a bit better. Yeah. What do about there? Alright, so now what we can do is just roughly plan out roads. So just by going like this, you know, it's like, okay, that's where the bridge is going to go. That kind of thing. Thought it might make things a little easier. So this doesn't have to be here at all. Change how this shape and how this works entirely. Although I think it probably would be somewhat of a good idea to at least bring this somewhere over here. And to go like that. The highway to go over that way. But then another part of the interchange would come down here, right? That could be one bridge there. Yeah, that makes sense, I think. I was trying to think if this should have come in straight into the heart of the town like that. I don't think so. We're going to redesign this industrial area a little bit, but this overall idea I think would be good. Now, it's not going to continue as a highway up this way, but a road, some sort of main road will take you up there, 4-lane road or something. And then, yeah, this continues off that way as well. So that's like another interchange. So interchange 1, change 2, change 3. So it's to design 3 interchanges. Cargo harbor itself, I guess. I don't know why, but I think it looks kind of nice being placed somewhere like here. And then it needs a rail line. The rail might have to go underneath. Let's color the rail different. Highway running along the river could be fun. Running along the river. Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah. Like, yeah, so I actually have a highway that goes right over the river. That makes me think, yeah. I feel like I need to zoom out and take an even bigger snapshot of this. Do that. Alright, let's try again. What about passenger harbor? Yeah, I'm not sure where that's gonna go. I mean, I think a passenger harbor leading over there would make sense, especially from further down the town, right? It's like, so you could have a passenger harbor. Maybe somewhere in here. We could fit it in there. It's a bit smaller than the other ones, right? So, passenger harbor. Yeah, I don't know if it'll really work. Have to reshape Schlong Island, or I build it somewhere out there. But anyway, that could be a way to get over to where people maybe work over here, I don't know. I want to focus on the industrial component first, but see where we can put one in as well. Would be nice. I never really worked it out. Even in City Skylines 1, it's like, why would anyone take a ferry? The maps aren't big enough to warrant taking a boat anywhere, I feel like. Whereas you could just take a train, a car. Whereas getting on a boat just to go across to an island seems a bit weird to me. As part of like a commute. A tourist attraction, sure, but it doesn't really work that way in the game. Never played a Cities game, but watching you make... Yeah, oh, thanks. Watching it makes me... This is great. I mean, well, I don't know about City Skylines 2, but you should definitely try out City Skylines 1. It's very cheap, and they're practically the same game. This one needs a bit more time in the oven, I would say, but it's still fun. Right, so we'll start again. So, like I said, the proposal for our highway, I would say, is something to... Sorry. There we go. It's going to be to somehow come down like this and go across. That way we could maybe even have it go over that island. Keep that island there. That might be kind of cute. Have some maybe... I don't know what we could put there, but something, I guess. Let's try to think. Rich people live there or something. Maybe. But I don't know how they get off it. They have to get like onto their own little highway. So let's just say it comes down and it goes around. So then we have, and I'll just keep doing the roads for now. So remember, some of these roads are going to change here. So we've got this one is a highway already. And we've got this one. I would say that these need to be linked up somewhat. This would be very big. I'm trying to just work out what's going to be really busy, because having a cargo terminal here, a lot of truck traffic, and a lot of it's going to be probably going that way into the town. Like they're going to be unloading goods, bringing it over to our industrial area, which is going to be like where all the factories and things are. So you got to have a huge bridge, right? Because it's going to be busy. Very high volume. Then I gotta think, well, okay, what do we do with the other highway then? Do we just link this over to its other brother, right? Its other highway, basically, that goes this way? Or we can unlock more tiles. I don't really mind doing that. That way, that highway is acting like a bypass around the town, but then there's one that feeds straight into it. Question is, does this have to then... It doesn't have to, but it could somehow try to find its way back out, you know? I don't think I'd want to do that. I'd rather people like who wanted to take the highway down south stay on the highway. They don't try to use this and try to get a filter road that gets them back out. That wouldn't be ideal. This really should end somewhere in here, so it might go straight for a bit, but then have like loads of roads kind of branching off of it, and it eventually like ends at a roundabout or something, you know? That's what I would think. 8-lane highway. Yeah, might have to do that. 8-lane highway, or whatever the max lanes are. I thought it was 6. Can it go up to 8? Madness. I suppose you could actually have two... Yeah, it's 2 one-ways, isn't it? Alright, so that's all fine. So what I would say then... what we're going to get rid of... This probably isn't going to exist anymore. So that's gone. And then we need interchanges, so we'll just mark those in red again. So, interchange... This needs to be updated. This needs to be created. And this will need to have some sort of, like... joining on point that goes further out that way. Okay, so then we have our industrial harbor, which I think will be somewhere, you know, around here, pending some terrain shifting. So we'll need a way for the highway to kind of an off-ramp and an on-ramp, right? So something like that. Because that's mainly going to be the flow. Things from outside the map might be coming in to go to the cargo terminal. Things that come in to the cargo terminal are definitely mostly, not all, but mostly going to be going into the town. I like that little road between the highway north and smaller island. This one? Or did you mean this one? This used to be part of the map. It came all the way down, and I ended up cutting it back and getting rid of it, because it just didn't really need it. Plus, there was resources to be had here, so it was built over, like, where I've now got a quarry. Well, that could change. Anyway, so I'm just trying to think, is there anything left to do with that? This is kind of the plan. I mean, this highway might be a bit further over. There's forestry on this side, so it might just be going along the forest, maybe more central. So yeah, so then in the future, like we mentioned, maybe then there's like a passenger ferry somewhere down here that can like drop you on this side, and maybe there's some buildings or something that people work at over here. That way you can kind of connect the two by ferry if you want. Love your content, thanks Renee. I've been watching your videos since the first Satisfactory series, yet never caught your streams. I guess I know now why it's since... yeah, sorry, I live in the UK, so it's not suitable for Australian time zone, I guess. Speaking of Satisfactory, though, just to let people know, I'll be streaming tomorrow. After this stream is over, it'll be listed on YouTube. You'll see it, and you can like see what time it's going to happen at. But I'll be streaming Satisfactory tomorrow, which should be fun. A lot of people have all these various sorts of questions about it, so I think it'll be good to stream that game and just be able to talk with people a bit more directly. But also, I'll just be doing some smaller things that need to be done in between episodes. Are you just turning your highway into a stick? Maybe. I'm always worried when I'm drawing these things that you'll zoom out and it's just a penis. You know, that basically happened here, and I was like, oh, I didn't even realize what I created. I just tried to follow like the shape of the island, and then I drew a line through the center, and I was like, oh, and then it became Shillong Island. All right. Okay, we've got the plan. I'll keep that Photoshop document to my side now, and I'll just reference it. You might see me tabbing to it every now and then, but you won't see it appear on screen. Alright, so what we'll start work with, I think we'll start laying where that highway is going to go. That's kind of the more fun part. Highway, what's this? Intersections? I guess we could use one that's given to me. A 5-lane one-way highway. 4 lanes. So we could even make it 10 lanes. Which seems... Let's do it. I mean... Seems like you'll probably need it. So we could do parallel mode, right? Contour line mode. I want to see what that looks like. Be thick. Yeah, like 2 of these lanes reserved for coming off and getting on. I think that would be totally fine. That's 3 lanes reserved for continuing to do what they do. And then we need to bring it over here and join it into this place. Awesome. This is going to be super fun. This is going to take forever, but it's going to be fun. Take the highway over the factories and have off-ramps into the industrial area. That's way too complicated. I'm not at that level yet. I'm not at that level yet. I love your content. Thanks. Oh, I read that already. The one I wanted to delete. Yeah, that's gonna go. Not necessary anymore. We're building another one that's doing the same thing out this way, you know. It's time to build Carlo. We can do it. It's fire the workers. Yeah, I like what that person's saying, which is bring a highway over here and have all sorts of ramps coming down. I mean, I'm just not at the level, and I don't really think... I'm trying to get better at the game. This is something that people have commented on in other videos. In the last video, they were like, oh, I'd rather you do like really big infrastructure projects. It's like, I'd love to do that, but it takes a tremendous amount of time and familiarity and skill with the game that I just don't have yet. I'm working towards it though. I like to think what I've built lately is a lot better than what I built at the beginning, so I'm getting better, but it does take time. And I watch other videos, and I'm out there. I only got my license, you know, a couple months ago, and I'm out there driving, seeing these different interchanges, starting to observe roads in a different way, I feel like. So that's all been very fun. Actually, so I'll tell you what we'll start with is the cargo harbor, seeing as that's what everything is kind of based around. And then we'll have to flatten terrain. This is a tricky thing, actually. I guess flatten terrain first? Or at least level it out to a certain area, maybe to about there? We'll see if that works for us, so... Hard to see how far in those contour lines go. I like working with uneven terrain. I mean, it's difficult. I don't normally like flattening everything. Because this is like an industrial area specifically, I think it's a bit more fair to do it. I feel like it would be flattened. Maybe not on that large scale, but similar scales anyway. Right. Okay, so that's what we got. Make it, yeah, I made one key wall in that last episode. It wasn't a key wall, a retaining wall, I guess. Real pain. Pain in the butt. But they are nice. They look great. It does take quite a long time because it's not really meant to be done the way people are trying to do it in the game, I guess. I built out a large motorway for my city and I lowered the elevation by 10 meters. I sat below ground with off-ramps coming up. And it worked out really well. That's interesting. Yeah, that's cool. I think, did we do that in this one? No. Did I that idea before? Oh, it is in my other playthrough, but I didn't make it. It's just built into the map, where you've got a motorway that runs really low, and the off-ramps go... It's like if the motorway is to go like this, straight across, and at a certain point, like, the off-ramp comes here, and it goes down and around and comes under that thing. But it looks quite cool the way it goes under, I guess. I know it's not quite the same thing you're describing, but... Often people build highways and exits and off-ramps over each other, rather than under each other, which is kind of interesting. Alright. So should we... I guess so. Should flatten this and make it like kind of even. Or make a harsh edge, I mean, to the edge of the island. What about maybe here? Keep it to this height. Luckily, with the amount of money and everything we have, it shouldn't be too difficult to get right. Alright, and we can shape terrain around that now. Me too. There we go. So what can it have? It can have extra cranes. 40,000 upkeep a month. Additional cranes to increase the speed at which loading and unloading takes place. A railway connection, which I really did want to have in here. We'll just add it in and see how we get on with that. And then warehouses can be added on to the side or the back. Interesting they can be put on the side like that, out in the water. Does it create a wall that goes down to the ground? I assume so. Can't quite see it. I don't want to put it down because you can't remove it after you put it down, so I'll wait, but I have to do that. Alright, we'll just power off the building for a moment. So that's the rail. It can only have one. Yep. And it looks like a dead end. Oh, okay. Complicates things because that's where the end is. In terms of its facing direction, so it has to come out this way and do something. Straight away that's kind of complicated things. I wish it could be on the other side because our rail connections are kind of over there, you know? Where the railway was pointing. I was hoping that it could just go like sort of straight across. But it won't be able to. It would have to come out and do a wide loop turn that way if it wanted to. Okay. Always move this further in as well, I guess. Shift it to the side for a moment. Hey Darren, how's it going? Is the first stream of yours I've caught from the USA? Nice. I have to ask though, where are the watchtowers? Where are the watchtowers? What does that mean? Where are the watchtowers? I don't know if that's a reference to some other game, or if you mean the fire watchtowers in this game. But we've got one. Got one there. I thought I used to have one down here, but I guess I got rid of it. You should try extended road upgrade. The extended road upgrade mod makes building harbors so much easier. Extended road upgrade mod. There's mods for this game already? I know there's a couple, like one or two that I've seen to do with traffic management, but I didn't think there's any. I hadn't heard of that for this game anyway. Spoilers for the next episode? Reference to Satisfactory, all my watchtowers that stack on top of each other so you can get these things. No, there's no spoilers for the next episode. This is a different city. There's no way I built this entire city from what we had in the other one. No, this is like my experimenting city. I started this when the game just shortly after it came out. And it's more just to figure out certain mechanics and things. I'm not that good at the game. I've tried to get better. I use these streams as a way to get your ideas and feedback, and also just experiment and practice things and see if we can get better at it, basically. Better at the game. And I have been getting better. These streams have made me way better, like really early on. I can't tilt this any other way. Can we turn off snapping? Oh my god, there we go. I didn't realize it was snapping. Trying to work with terrain in a really difficult way there. Now we can actually just shape it much better. If it's going to end next to the land anyway, I feel like, yeah, we can bring it right in. Just seeing that it's going to mess up here. Really wish they would add a square brush. Would be nice. Hopefully that doesn't cause an issue for the ships coming out. I don't think it will. Oh, we can go nice and far back in, actually. That's cool. Alright, better. Further back in. There are tons of mods now? Nice. Where do you get them? Yep, all my streams are just available as YouTube videos after the fact. It could take a few hours after the stream ends to be available, though. Hey, Arfi from Indonesia. Hello. Alright, let's keep going. I'm wondering, do I leave these trees here and set up some forestry or not? I still don't know. Right, so ultimately that's the kind of height that we want. All along the edge here. So it looks a bit more uniform, like it's not sitting in the middle of nothing. And then we just need to give it a little bit of clearance out the back for the road. One of the many roads that's going to go by here, I guess. Push that further and further back, and then we'll give it a more gradual incline slash decline. Okay. Excuse me, I think I might be coming down with a slight cold, just very slight. So just apologies for a little bit of coughing, clearing my throat.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate
All right, there we have it.
due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets.
Do you think I should spend time learning City Skylines 1 or spend time learning 2 because I can slowly learn any new mechanics that are added to 2? Probably 2. I mean, 1, as it currently stands, is the more powerful city builder, especially with mods. So, you know, you could certainly invest a lot of time and learn that game, and you'll probably learn a lot that can be added to this one. Alright, excuse me again. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, but certain tools and the way the economy works in this game is quite different. So road tools in this game, long story short, I think for City Skylines 1, if you're to learn that game really deeply, you'd need to use mods to build kind of more realistically, more complicated things in terms of roads. So in City Skylines 1, this road interchange kind of thing here would be very difficult to make in vanilla. You could maybe do it, but it'd be kind of difficult to do that, and especially something like this one. But in this game, it's very quick and easy to do. It just takes a little bit of learning the tools, like how you kind of, you know, to work out its behaviors and things. So, I don't know, like, you can certainly get thousands of hours out of City Skylines 1 with the mods, learning how to do these things. And then when you move to 2, you'll understand, like, traffic flow, and you'll understand all those things, because those are just real-world principles. But you won't know how to use any of the road tools and stuff, but you'll probably be able to learn that quite quick. I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud, so I guess... I'm trying to think, like, what would you waste your time in that game that wouldn't translate to this one? Not much, really. Yeah, you're probably just better off with the first game if you want to learn. If you just want to learn, like, how to move traffic around, deal with all the different types of transport, I think you'd be pretty safe playing the first game, learning it. And then when you come to this one, it's like, oh, things are just easier to do, and the same things you learned probably still apply. So yeah, that'd probably be my conclusion on it. But I haven't gotten to the end of this game or built large. I've never built larger than this, right? So I can't definitively or authoritatively say. Anyway, what's your PC and screen resolution? Is the gameplay good enough? No hiccups or lags during saves? I pre-ordered the game, played it on the first day, and uninstalled due to the frustration. So when I first booted it up, it ran at like 20 FPS. It's been patched a little bit since then. It's running a little bit better for me now. I've capped it to 48 FPS, which I think for this type of game is totally fine. I'm not a big PC guy, to be completely honest. Hardware guy, I guess I should say. I like PCs and everything, and I have a degree in programming. I just don't care about hardware that much. So I never monitor my FPS or anything like that. So I couldn't tell you what it is right now. I don't know. But it's smooth enough. Like, I have no complaints. It's 52,000 people. It's as smooth as it was when there was 10,000 people. I've heard when you get to like 100,000, it starts to, you feel a bit of lag, but I haven't seen it yet. The resolution I'm playing at 1440p. 2560 by 1440, 144 hertz, but I'm capped at 48 FPS, like I mentioned. If you bump the game down to 1080p, my frame rate doubles. So I'll go, like, I can hit around 50 to 60-ish. All my settings are just on the highest as well. So I haven't really done anything. I haven't done anything with advanced settings. Nothing special. And my PC spec, I have an RTX 3090, I have an AMD Ryzen 9 5950X, and I have 32 gigs of RAM. Game's running on an SSD. I have my specs in the description below if you want to check them. You can just go, it takes you to a link to where all my specs are posted on a website. There's no ads or anything on the website. A place to host it, if you want to check that out. So yeah. What's the biggest population you can get in this game? I don't know. Some people have been posting populations of like 400,000. Ultimately, you've got a 14 by 14 kilometer radius. And the proportions and distances in this game are a lot more realistic than they were before. So I suppose it's whatever you think you can fit within 14 kilometers. Although I guess the population numbers aren't entirely realistic, right? You've got big buildings with 120 people working this high rise, you know, so it's still city skylines in that regard. It's not using realistic population, although it is more realistic than it was before. So, you know, a couple hundred in certain buildings. Do I have any high-rise residential? I guess these are probably my tallest residentials at the moment, so they have around 200, 250 or whatever in some of them. Some of them are quite empty, actually. So I don't know, you know, 400,000 or so. But yeah, I would say with patches, basically the game is performing a little bit better. It's still not like what a lot of people will want it to be, and it seems like they don't aim for it to ever be that good. But when I first ran the game, it was at 20 FPS straight out the gate, blank city, and I was like, Jesus. But then when I lowered my resolution, it went up to over 60. So I was like, wow, the difference between 1440p and 1080 in this game was the difference between, you know, if it was 50 frames difference. Now, it's gotten better since then, because now I'm able to play at 1440p, and it certainly seems fine. But it's even better if you just go down to resolution. So it seems very taxing on the GPU, I guess, resolution-wise. CPU actually seems totally fine for me. But I'm sure the CPU cost is when you start to really ramp up the population. So I think I'm low enough now that I'm not feeling the CPU hit, but the GPU hit is pretty consistent, I think, across the entire game, whether you're a big city or not. The one thing I've noticed thanks to my frame rate is the alphas of smoke. So you can maybe even see it or feel it here. The closer you get to smoke, basically you can see that they've layered the same VFX on top of each other like 50 times over. And that is called alpha blending, right? Because it's slightly transparent. So the alpha channel, you know, you've got the RGBA, right? The alpha channel of the smoke. Your GPU has to then work out what's behind it. And when you stack several of them on top of each other, it has to work out what's behind it, and they start layering, and it slows your GPU way down. And that's why you get massive frame stuttering with lots of VFX. And when you have a high density industrial area with lots of smoke, you get right down to its level, you'll notice you get big frame dips. And it's not that bad. From up here, it's totally fine. But it's just one of those things where it's like, that's clearly something that's a little off still. And I think the smoke looks kind of ugly, so I don't even think this is worth it. Anyways, right, so we've got our car. I want to focus back on what we're actually building today, which is a cargo harbor. So we've come up with a plan. I'll just show people again very quickly. I've got it open in Photoshop. So effectively, the plan is to extend an intersection. I'll just use a color that we're not actually using here so we can kind of draw on it. Plan is to build a new intersection up in this area here, right? So right up there. Which will build this road out to here, connected to another new intersection, which will connect to our already existing highway. We're deleting the old highway off this area here, so that's going to be gone, and then building a new one out here. So the first building that we just placed was the cargo harbor. We've just locked that in. Now we have to design a 10-lane highway because I feel like it's going to be very high volume moving through this area and connecting two places together. And we're going to heavily configure and redevelop this area as well. All right, so that's what we've got so far. We just have that building in place with the land kind of shaped around it. It's modular, so we could add on a bit more to it if we wanted to now. And then we've got a rail connection in there. Now, the unfortunate thing with the rail is you can't choose what side it goes on. So building this building, it has a hard endpoint on the left side, right? These containers here and this parking or whatever that is. Is that parking? I don't know what that is. Oh, it's just containers again, fuel, whatever. So that being there and not being flipped on this side means that the rail line has to go out this way. It's just where it goes. And I can't rotate the building, right, without putting it on the other side of the coast. I wanted my rail line to go straight across this way. Unfortunately, that ain't gonna happen. And the other thing I'm thinking is, this maybe I'm not done moving it yet. Maybe we should actually position it a bit more like around here. Shape the land around it more accordingly. I just say that because I want that highway to kind of go along the forest line and go out here. But we're already a bit too close to the building, so this building should be shifted and brought down, I think. We might even build this island out to merge up with this little patch here or something like that. So let's just get to work on that now. I think actually the highway should have been done first. I thought maybe this building first, but I'm changing my mind on that. We seem to be making just like infinite money basically now, so I don't mind just moving buildings a few times over if we have to. Because this seems like a good little spot for the highway to kind of join onto. Alright. Say goodnight to this one.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
Increasing areas of forest are being engulfed by flames.
Hey, Christo.
Any premises near the fires and remain at a safe distance until emergency.
And hey, Flying Duck. By the way, I'll be streaming Satisfactory tomorrow for those who are mentioning Satisfactory. I still get 1080, or sorry, 20 FPS at 1080. Feel your pain. Well, I don't anymore, but I did for a little while. For me, it always skips when I first load in. Stream for Satisfactory will be tomorrow, a Tuesday. Sorry, Tuesday at about whatever time it is now. At 3 p.m. UK time. So have a look at like London City time if you want to know. Yeah, I think it's GMT +1, I think, or BST. No, it's GMT now, isn't it? I don't know. I don't even know my own time zone. I just normally, whenever people, it's because the UK is really weird the way they have their own version of British summertime, and then it becomes GMT the rest of the year. But some people just say GMT +1. Anyways, just type in London time, and you can work out relative to your own time what it'll be. So 3 p.m. UK time, kind of see. I am having fun, thank you. All right, let's try to speed up a bit. So 8-lane highway, 10-lane highway, and then a bridge that goes across. The other thing I was just a little bit worried about was the height, so I'm just going to keep this height here consistent out to this location. And that way, that should help just a bit when we're building that over. I could shape that after we put the bridge down just to make sure, but I like that. Right, and people are it's gonna have mass job displays. Actually, I guess we don't have to do that until we build the actual bridge. I'm gonna start deleting industry, but it's a bit early for that. So we use parallel mode, and this interchange is gonna change. So it'll be coming down from here somewhere. We'll start around here. Guess we could use the continuous. Probably gonna be at, I'm gonna work at that angle. Is there any height change there? I can't quite see. The elevation is -0.5. So the height that I've latched onto is actually the same, which is good. Something like that would probably be pretty good. We even just keep going. Seems like it's just going to allow us to do this. Which, fair enough. Let's just see what that looks like. Well, that's a disaster. Alright, we'll build it in chunks and just build dedicated bridge parts. I thought maybe it would just keep all the height the same, but I guess not. This is why I said I need to get better at the game. Well, I guess the first thing would be doing this bridge. So how do we do that? You could use an actual 5-lane highway one-way suspension bridge, right? But you see, it's doing this thing where it's curving down into the water. Or it was. I guess it's okay there. Negative 0.7% decline. And I don't think if it's... I don't know if it's a bad idea to be like curving a bridge. What even was that? I blame myself. New follower. Hey, my name is Yogi. I haven't played City Builder since SimCity on Super NES. Wow. But gave Cities 2 a try and loving it. Love your content style. You're the only creator that I've subscribed. Hey, appreciate that. Thank you. What's my accent? You'll have to figure that out for yourself. The common debate amongst scholars. Where am I from? Some people know. Real fans know. Right. Go again. Now this is definitely the same height. I want to bring it straight down and then curve. So, what's your problem? Oh, it's too close together, so the increment has to be increased. Interesting. I guess, yeah, the actual bridge components are like touching each other. So, I really wish you could do what you do in Satisfactory, which is lock this in place and look around it. That'd be such a great feature. It's such an amazing feature in that game. So it looks to me like, yeah, the game doesn't want to bend the bridge, right? Because that's not how bridges... Well, some bridges are curved, actually, but I think it wants to just do a regular bridge going across, right? Let's try to give it the easier option first, then. I wish you could move where the suspension bits go, but I guess it doesn't really matter too much. Right, so that's a 0% change in height differentials, so that's all fine. We'll keep it there. I think we can work with that. We are sinking down apparently a little bit. That's okay though. Alright, so now we'll just bend it on the way out to the other part of the bridge. Actually, I suppose we'll do the other bridge next, and then we'll try to link them up together. This one's going to go to about there. Oh. We must have produced a certain amount of chemicals, I think. Switch on. Everything that runs on electricity. Yeah, there's something to do with... I can't remember what the requirements to unlock that are, but anyway, we've got it. And then that's going to go across to like here. But I'll have to just delete little parts here now. Say sorry, guys. Because we're going to redesign these roads. But if I can just at least get that height correct, then we can at least make sure the bridge comes onto the same spot. That would be dead straight. If we could bring it to even there, they'd only have a little turn. Would that be too bad? That seems okay, right? That's fair enough. Maybe a little weird. We need to get to 180 degrees and go forward until we hit the... I don't think it's going to give me the guideline of that one because it's quite far out there. Oh, just keep it at 180 then, and eyeball it. Yeah, I'm definitely not getting any guide. Okay, well, maybe about there. Sorry, this is going to be a little painful while we work this out. There we go. Alright, there we go. Easy. I did think the whole thing could be raised, and maybe the roads would just come down to here. Would that be better? I mean, I feel like it's taken long enough just to even do that, so maybe we should just leave it. But this one for sure seems like the whole thing could be raised. That's one continuous bridge, but it doesn't like curving the bridge, so that's why I decided to break it into two. Did they fix this game yet? It's been getting little fixes. But it depends how broken you think it is. Nigerian. Bridges can't be curved or built at zero elevation. Alright. So does this need to come down further? Probably. For the rail. So we need a rail bridge that goes alongside this as well. How are we feeling about that road? Are we happy with it, or should it be raised? Should the whole thing be raised? So as in, like, the bridge would be even higher up, and it's like just a continuous raised highway the whole way. I think it probably should be, because I feel like if we want to get to this side and stuff, the whole thing would be taken up by interchanges. Whereas if it was higher, you could have stuff running underneath it. So I hate to do it again, but I think don't let perfect be the enemy of good. It's not even about being perfect, because I agree, that's a great point. I think it's more about even being able to get to the side of things. You know, I suppose build over. What's the terrain like? It's flat there, isn't it? We just made it flat. Let me just work out then. Okay, so what would happen here, for instance? So the rail line has to somehow... This is going to be moved down. The rail line's going to somehow come along that way and curve out. And be able to go that way and that way. But it would have to go under the highway. Yeah, it has to go under the highway. So the highway has to come up. Yeah. Alright. It has to come up. Won't take too long now, I don't think. We'll see. Twenty meters up seems pretty high. Ah, 20's good. Alright, we'll do 20. 20 too high? 20 seems really high. 20 meters off the ground? Maybe let's meet in the middle a bit. 15. Alright, let's try that again then. Something like that I think would make more sense for this bridge. And then we just link the two together with a regular road. Curve it. And this is so difficult without a snapping point. Oh god. Alright, let me just do something real quick. Bring this down just a bit further. Should give us a snapping point if we just bring it down a bit more. Why, game? How are we not getting one from here? There it is there. Oh, it's like a pixel of where I need it to be. And that just we just have to follow that down, basically. Until we hit 180 degrees. That's why it's so tricky. Alright, that should be good enough. And then we just lock them together. Best I can do. Alright, so obviously then we're going to have like on and off ramps here. So to come down that way. And this can come down and go under as well. So I think it gives a lot more flexibility being able to go under it. But it's also the rail line is really important. So we put the rail line in first and then decide where the junctions have to go. Alright, so it's so big. How are you going to get around if you don't? Raise? You raised. Raise so you can get around it. Makes more sense, yeah. Standard highway height is 4.9 meters, so 5 if you want realism. Standard highway height is 5 meters. Well, we've obviously gone with 15. I'm sure there's places where it's obviously much higher than that. I've seen interchanges in LA that have them higher up than that. But I guess for a consistent height. I suppose it's a bit different though, because we're going across islands. Anyway, quite happy with that. I think it's better that we don't touch down on that island. We just keep going over it. It probably works out better. Could remove it, to be honest, that island. Alright. Hey, Rude and Obscene. Good morning, Brian. Yeah, there's been a little while. A bit of a gap without the content for me. For this game, anyway, so apologies for that. But we should be back. I do say that, though, although I think I might be getting a little sick. So hopefully not. Alright. So I'm going to move this out further. Then we're going to try to link it up. Can I just put it out in the water temporarily or something? Tell you what, just delete it. And just buy another one. Whatever. Got infinite money, basically. Okay. Something like that. Try to bring it straight across. And I'll have to just pick a point down here, water-wise. I guess we'll keep it flat, actually, thinking about it. Alright, so this is where the thing is going to go. I might get rid of those islands, potentially. Or go Harbour. And this, if we push it further over this way, it gives me more room for that rail to wrap around, because that's what it has to do, unfortunately. Gives me so little room to work with, though, for the road. Don't know what kind of curve we're allowed with rail. Okay, height has worked out at least this time. Good. Yeah, rail, unfortunately, like I said, it has to come out this way. And because of that, yeah, it's going to be a little awkward wrapping it around. Let's just test out how we can do that real quick. Then rail. It's actually a single track. Gonna merge onto a double track, I guess. To test this out. How much room is that? 400 meters? Okay. Yeah, we can work with that. Gonna go across maybe 400. And then up by 200. The halfway point of the curve is 200, then another 200, and then wrap around. Then we'll have to travel pretty much out this way. We need to pick this height, or a height somewhere here. Mirror it somewhere across where we know that that's going to have to go. So about there. Try that. Maybe you can make an inlet so you can orient your harbor the right way. Ooh. That'd be a severe inlet though, wouldn't it? Because this would have to be orientated that way. So you could, I guess you. No. I mean, you could, but with the space of the highway and everything, I just feel like it would have to be literally facing this way for one of my rail just to go right out to the left, where I want it to go, basically. But you could have it something like that, right? Where the harbor comes down and the rail can just go forward and join out. So that's a possibility. Oh, couldn't even do that. I'm gonna place it down just as an example, but I think because you have to carve out the water space for the things to come in. So you could do something like that, I guess. If it's like in water, it's like, yeah, that's the point. Something like that, I guess. Wait, would that be better? That way the rail just has to go forward and then out to the left. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Something with this then, maybe make a key wall or something. Facing east to west? Well, it was facing, this is north, or north facing out that way. It was facing east to west before, right? So because the road connection's on its north point, right? That little yellow diamond on the top. So that is east to, or sorry, that's west to east. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, east to west would be like that, and then we'd have to cut in, you'd have to carve in like a canal where boats can come in and come out. But that does work, I think. That does work. And then we'll have a road along here. Yeah, that works. And then we can have a retaining wall or a quay wall or something along the side. Try to build up the place. Yeah. I think the first looks better. Should we do a poll? We could do a straw poll on whether or not we should... The alternative, just really quickly, would be... So basically, the rail line is going to do this. So I can show you both ways, and then people can decide what they prefer. So either way, we're going to have a rail line going somewhere along here, right, and out. That's the double rail line. The single one is going to go now up and connect over. Something like that, right? Basically. You know, but obviously smooth, and we'll make it look good. That's what would happen here. Oh, and it'll go that way. Right, so we'll have one of these situations going on. But it'll look nice. That's example 1, right? That's the new way. We'll call that new way. Example 1, the new way. The old way would be example 2, which is so confusing to rotate the numbers that way. But let's say that's the new way, and then this is the old way, right? So the old way, it'll have to go in like this. And then we would have our... Is that 0? It is at 0. What's the problem? Elevation 0. Okay. Don't know what's going on there. My elevation tool broken or something. Why is it when I get closer to the coast it just raises itself? What's up with that? There's no hill here. Okay, I guess I just need to let time play since, like, I guess, yeah, it just needed to have time play. Anyways, so yeah, what's going to have to happen with this is it's going to come out to about something like here and just rotate up. You go there and connect in like that or something to that effect. That'd be the differences between the two. So that's the old way, and then the other one was the new way. We'll do a poll, and you guys can decide which one we go with. Just bear with me real quickly. Alright, so I'm saying old way horizontal orientation. And new way is the vertical orientation. Old versus new. Alright, create the poll. Are we all good? Yeah. And let me just share that in the chat so you guys can see. So, in the chat now, you can go quickly just vote in that poll, and then we'll decide which way we'll lay things out. While you're doing that, I'll just read some chat. Alright, so, make the water go into the island a bit, just like that, facing east. Oh yeah, I read that already. I think the first looks better. The canal could look cool if you could take time to key wall it. Game's having a fit. Yeah, I think I just need to let time play because I thought it was still water. I had the same in Barrier Island, making a key. It drove me mad how it raised. Yeah, I've done a few things with key walls and retaining walls, and it's very finicky. In the latest video I just did, actually, I showed that you can... You place down a retaining wall, and if you want to flip it, like invert it, because it was a 3-lane asymmetrical, so I wanted the asymmetrical to face the other way. Flipping it made the key part of the wall go on the inside, and then the dirt go on the outside, and it's like, oh, it actually literally flips the road over when you do that. So they're very messy to build with. I can show you how I did my harbor if you want to see in your Discord. I have my Discord closed right now. So no, I'm gonna say no. You can describe it to me if you want. I heard what you said about the canal though. I can appreciate that. A canal cutting in the key wall either side. That can look really nice. I've seen those before. Actually, you know what? I've got my phone. You can post it on Discord and I can just see it on my phone. So go for it if you want. Do that quite quickly. Without having to bring it up. The reason I keep Discord off is just because it's actually fairly taxing when you're streaming if you have hardware acceleration turned on. So. Should I upgrade to 2 or stay at 1? I would play 2 on Game Pass and make the choice then based on that. At least then you can see if the game runs for you, because that's the biggest unknown for a lot of people, is like it doesn't run well for a lot of people. It looks like poll-wise, so I can't answer that question for you, you know. It's like if you just played on Game Pass, you would know if the game runs for you and then kind of make a choice that way. Personally, I think generally speaking, I would just hold out until like March. That's the poll. So the new way, vertical orientation, 17 votes. That's what we're going with. Thank you for taking the time to vote. All right, so that's what we'll do. We'll lock it in. Oh yeah, join when you're live. Hey dude. Hey Cetriel. DS2 is better. DS2 has a lot of stuff that is better, but a lot of stuff that isn't. So it's just, you know, it really is. It's a really difficult one. Really just not that cut and dry. That's why you get the question so often, I think, because if it was, people wouldn't feel the need to have to even ask. Alright, that's what we're going to go with. So then this is going to just go out and link over, like we said. Let's do the rail line properly now. And then we can... so we'll have to do the rail bridge first. We can shape the island after the fact to make it look a bit better. With double rail line, we've chosen this height, right? So right-clicking on the level terrain tool, and then just spamming it somewhere here. Our connection point, so just a bridge that's going to go straight all the way across. We can kind of keep it parallel to that. Now, should it be a double bridge? Make a double rail bridge. Goes across. Trying to think if that would be necessary, because it is going to be cargo and passengers. This is 4 lanes at that rate, so I don't know. 2 going forward, 2 coming back. You can even do it where it's like literally 2 going forward and 2 going back, and keep them really close together. I'd say let's just stick it with 1. I think it'll be okay. I feel like this game has less volume of trains than the first game. Is this a bridge? There's no specific bridge tool actually. Uses puts pillars down in the water. I guess so. Alright, what I'd like to do might be a little tedious. Work out the center spacing of that. No, I'm good. Still have my water. Thank you. Sorry, Rosie just came in. Get me a drink. Sorry, what I'm doing is just, I want a kind of an even spacing coming out of this thing. So I actually didn't even do that correctly. So basically, starting somewhere like here, we come out to, say, 48 meters distance. Is that enough? Looks like it's enough to clear the pillars. 40. Let's go 40, actually. And then we'll just go straight up from here. So, straight up. The 90-degree angle should be basically 40 across from the other side as well. 0% incline. That's what we would like to see. Alright. We can just cut that now. Ah, damn. Sucks. How can I avoid that? It said 0% incline, which is true on both points, but look at what it's done. You know? Hey, Bullbuck from the Netherlands. Sorry if I butchered that name. Out of topic, will you carry on with Satisfactory? Yeah, of course. What are you talking about? Will I carry on? I've got a Satisfactory stream coming tomorrow. I just did a video a couple of days ago. I do one a week for that game, because it takes a long time. So yes, of course I'll be carrying on. Whatever gave you the impression I wouldn't? Yeah, there's nothing you can do about it, huh? Could raise it, so that way, it being elevated 10 meters just by default would keep it as a bridge the whole way across. How low can we go with that? So that's too little. 5 meters would keep it pretty good, actually. Let's do that. We'll do 5 meters. We started 5 and we ended 5. It should keep it nice and level. That's better. Alright, cool. Remember, all of this could change, so... gonna smash straight through the city, basically. You could actually, if... I do kind of like the idea that person is like, just keep it high. Just keep it going up high all the way over the industrial sector. Might do that, because if we do keep it at this height... if we just go straight at this height, we'll eventually hit over... towards this hill, which is where the highway is anyway. Here, and there's a rail line up here as well, actually. There might be a way to link it, perhaps. We'll figure that out as we keep building. I'm just going to focus on this one, though, for now. I didn't need to flatten the island. I think it was okay. How do you do first-person view on CS2? There's no first-person view. There's no first-person view in the first game either. It's a mod that lets you do it. But what you can do, I suppose, is just go into photo mode and just, like, get down on the ground. So I could tell you, you know, I'm in first-person mode right now. So yeah, you just go photo mode and just put the camera wherever you want, but you can't take the perspective of a car window or whatever, you know, like in CS1 using mods. Hopefully that answers that. All right, yeah, let's just continue this rail line just over further. Still at the 5 meter incline, but that's okay. Wish parallel mode allowed you to mirror roads. That'd be nice. I'm down to about here, I think, 180, and then shift it across. That's... come back a bit further, a bit closer. I'll keep it at... should we keep it at 5 meters? That just creates like a wall the whole way. I mean, it doesn't need it. We'll probably need to go back out to 5. By the time, if we're crossing over that other bridge, maybe. Oh, there's no island in the way, actually, so maybe not. We just need to have a kind of a good distance away from the highway. An even distance, I should say. Something like that seems pretty good. Yeah, so it just kind of gradually raises and then creates the little retaining wall, and then it's off onto a bridge on the way over. Good. Yeah, the alternative mods also have first-person view, I believe. I haven't seen any mods for this game, so I don't know about that, you know. So, yeah, I don't have any knowledge about that personally. I was just saying, vanilla-wise, that's how you can do it, kind of. But I appreciate people, yeah, you can tell other people about mods and stuff, that's fine. Just want to let people know, unfortunately, I don't know anything about it. Give me a minute, I'm taking a pic. No worries, Alphabet. Alright, all caught up, I think. Right, so we need to join our rail onto that railway. Let's begin. So this is our position then, I guess we're locked in. No, Alphabet's hard at work. Getting a screenshot telling me how everything's going to be awful. Joke. I kind of messed that up actually. I want to do something like this. Posted it in City Builders? Alright, I'll check it now. Oh yeah, it's very cool. Basically, the picture that Alphabet has shown me, it's in my Discord for people who want to join it, discord.gg/WDP in the City Builders channel. They basically made, if I was just to even draw it very quickly, the picture that I'm looking at, it looks like this. Imagine that, but that's cut out with water. And then there's another one. Comes out not quite as far, and it's a bit bigger than this overall. I'm just trying to show you the overall image of what it looks like. So this is full of water, and this is full of water, and then he has a sort of a harbor there, and then another harbor like here, and then some industrial buildings and stuff around it. So very cool looking. Actually building into the water. Probably should, generally speaking. Not too late for us to do that, I guess, but I'm happy enough with the positioning of this. I think it's okay. That does look cool. I think in my own main playthrough, I might do something similar to that, though. Or look up harbors in real life and see what I can draw inspo from. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm going through something at the moment. Anyway, how can I support this channel? You can like the video. You can drop a comment. And watch all the way through. That's the free way to support, and subscribe, of course. If you want to drop monetary support, you can do a super chat, or you join the channel becoming a channel member for either $1.99, $3.99, $7.99, depending on your currency. Those are the different ways to support, and that's it. Some people actually send me direct PayPal. I never really advertise that, but there is in my Discord a link to do that. Every now and then, just the other day, someone donated there. Because I guess it's like 95% goes to the creator, something even higher than that, I think. Some people want to make sure all their money goes that way, do it that way. But I also like just people, I think being a channel member is a great way to do it, because you also get your name in the credits and get like a role on Discord. You get some sort of something back for it, which is kind of nice. But yeah, anything helps. Alright, anyways, two-way train track. Alright. So should we start even really early on somewhere here with 2, right? So it breaks off into 2, so that way they have a way to wait. Maybe we should start with 1 and then we can do the upgrade. So just as a test, you do that, and then if you click this one to upgrade, you can snap it out to the side, which I'd rather do that, you know, because then it's not in the center, on the side. I think that would look better. So we'll keep it like this for now. Ultimately has to do something like that and then link over. So what we'll have to do is, if we want to create a nice curve, I think, go to like 160. Oh, we're going straight through pillars here if I don't do this correctly. Turn off guidelines, don't need that, we just need right angles. That's 160. 104. But because the pillars are kind of in the way, it would have to just be something like this, I think. Yeah, the pillars make it tricky. I feel like actually we should start with the branching off point rather than doing it the other way around, because then at least we control where the pillars go. Come further back, right? Start there, go to here, then turn. What was that? It's 102 meters to 104. That's pretty much the same. It's almost the same. I guess if you turn off things like zoning cell length, zone grid, then we can get it to the exact number. So 102 to 102. And then we put our guideline back on. Go to there and we just bring that down. So that's 157 to 133. I think that looks a bit weird though, doesn't it? I need to put on my own music. That music makes me want to kill myself now. I loved it at the first when it first came out. Now I'm just like, oh my god. Stop. I know why it looks weird. It's because this curve is very sharp and that one isn't. So you need to match the two curves basically. So do that. What was it? It was 102 meters. You just bring this straight up for a bit. Curve. Roughly around here, I think we have to start it. This doesn't look right. I don't know. I thought this would be 102 meters. Coming out to 90. Guess I actually brought it way further up. Oh, the overall length. Yeah, so it'd be something like more like that, I think. Weird. I feel like it's weird, but I can't give it a more normal curve because of the way the pillars are, I think. Hey, Marnus. Oh, thank you as well. That harbor took me a couple of hours because of the quay walls. Before I flooded it. Oh, sorry, before I flooded it, I placed pedestrian roads under the waterline to get the walls. And then pressed play and everything flooded. Before I flooded it, I placed pedestrian roads under the waterline. To get the quay walls, right. I see. Yeah, interesting. Cool. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, it's a couple hours. A couple hours actually sounds like not that bad for such a project. Actually, I would have thought it would take even longer. Right. I can't. What was that person's quote? Don't let perfection be the enemy of. Can't remember what it was. Good or something. But I'm going to because I'm unhappy with how that looks. Right. So again, I'll put some music on in a second, by the way, as well. Yeah, so what are we looking at there? That's 188. Yeah, I see now. The 117 and 1... Turn off the guidelines. 117. So that's 117. Then we could bring this out to 117 as well. And then bring this down to 117. 90-degree angle. Although, that won't bring us to where we need to go, but that's how you get the smooth loop, right? That would give you like a smooth loop there. But we can just line it up with our buddy. Leave it as is. Oh, I'm gonna have to do this a few times, haven't I? Hang on just one sec as well. Let's put on some music. I have some licensed music. I actually got copyright claimed on the last video, but I have the license, so hopefully it'll go away. Play some of this, but I'll need to... Can't put it on shuffle. I'll need to actually keep track of which ones I play so I can license them correctly. I've licensed them for up to 10 uses each. Use them about 2 or 3 times each. Start with Blueberry Hill. Right. Hey, Spartan. Big fan, never miss any of your City Skyline series and lives. Thanks, Pink Tattoos. Don't let perfection be the enemy of good. Yeah, I'm letting that happen right now. The other alternative I see to this is letting this go up further, and then you will get that curve. You'll hit that apex somewhere. But I feel like it's probably like not the best idea to do that. I just wish I could know exactly like where would it be that we get this like nice curve. Oh, I can do it actually. Hang on. We got 8,700. Needs to go to 93 and then down to 87 if you want to be the same. Right? So that's... I guess it's just not going to work because of the way it's angled, actually, thinking about it. I don't know why I'm trying to do this. We'll just join these up in a more normal way, and that should be fine. Had it in my head that I could make it look like... I mean, you probably can. I just don't have the mental capacity and skill to do it. Being honest. Alright, so somewhere there, that's going to be 91 across. So come down to 91 at least. And then we just continue that straight down. Alright, that's pretty good actually. It's basically what I wanted. So now, that's in order to... So we're right-hand drive on this save, right? So you're coming along this way, taking a right turn. And you're going into your cargo harbor. Now we'll need a second track on the other side. Kind of keep it... Yeah, give room for other trains to kind of like line up next to each other, just to reserve, I guess, in the background. This almost sounds like the Office theme, at least the intro. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the music on this side, actually, while I like the side very much, they take a lot of inspiration from existing themes. Because it's like, oh, this is copyright music that you want to use, but you can, here's a kind of a knockoff version that's quite similar, so it might be, that might be why. I wonder, should this go straight and just try to join on? It has to go up there ultimately, so I would say no, it should probably diverge somewhere around that halfway point that we did here. Maybe actually that's where it should be, at double track, thinking about it. Okay, that's all right, right? We've got our highway. We're avoiding the pillars. The train lines have a relatively smooth curve over. And they actually connect to both tracks anyway. I was laying it out on a certain side so it didn't do that, but yeah, it's totally fine. That's kind of cool, you can just see the city off in the distance. Alright, hopefully that's all good. If we needed to add even another third line or something for it to kind of like pile up, I think it would work, but we don't need to do that. Right, next up would be a road, and then getting this highway to connect down to here. which is going to be a challenge in itself, and then we have to build and connect the intersections together. Oh man, my voice is starting to go. Yeah, is a train not going to clip the bridge so that close to the pillar? I don't think so. The trains won't be any wider than the track. Like, not the actual track itself, I mean the gravel that's on either side. So they should be fine. Should be fine. Should just check that, but if we have a look at where there is a train right now. See any? There's one. Yeah, they stay well within. I mean, they don't go any wider than the track, actually, pretty much. Maybe slightly over. Yeah, plenty of room. Worth considering, but yeah, luckily we're all good. Bit dangerous though, because if they derail, they just go straight through. The bridge collapses. Chaos. Am I thinking of having any Cities Skylines 2 mods? No, the main reason I don't want to use mods in this game is because it's still like getting patched a lot. So if I'm doing a YouTube series and I've got mods, there's no telling if my save would break or something, so that'd be a disaster. I know some of them can be turned on and turned off. I'd be more willing to do some of those ones that affect like how traffic works. Because even at least if the mod stops working, or if the game updates or whatever, they'll eventually sort themselves back out onto the road. And I think not Kibitz, just Bits, or Biffa. Sorry, YouTubers mixed up. Biffa plays indie games. I saw a video from him talking about one of these traffic mods. And he said if you turn off the mod and load the game, it actually works just fine until you reset the road. So it like kind of affects some sort of underlying system for their game. It doesn't need the mod, but the mod allows you to activate that system, which is kind of cool. So yeah, maybe, I guess, but at the moment not for a little while, I don't think. Right, so a few things I wanted to build down here. We, in the last stream, added these factories. Fuel plant, the chemical plant, and Big Pharma. We just unlocked another one. The switch on. These obviously give you these big benefits, and at the moment we're just churning through people who are graduating out of our medical university, and it's creating more people that can actually take those jobs. At the beginning of the stream we had 0 out of 900 employees. Now we've got 1. How good is that? But these ones are filling up as well a little bit, which is nice. These were just put down as a test, really, to see what they looked like and how big they were. Now, knowing that, it'd be nice to have our specialized factories over here next to a cargo harbor. So I wanted to reserve some space for that. Now that we have those buildings, we can kind of see how big they are. So yeah, let's start laying out some road infrastructure. 4-lane road that goes alongside this. And we need, at some point, there has to be 2 lanes that come down and like joins onto something. Comes out this way. Maybe. Oh yeah, we're right-hand drive. I keep forgetting that. Alright. Might turn that music down, it's very loud. Am I waiting for Manor Lords as well? Kind of, yeah. It's coming out April 24th, right? So I'm definitely looking forward to that. It's funny, in the last video I actually said I was looking forward to Manor Lords, Frostpunk 2, and Falling Frontier. Just yesterday, Falling Frontier got or a couple days ago, got a delay to 2025. So it's like, oh. Okay. Get that game then, I guess, for a while. Anyway, are you going to turn the entire Harbour Island into a giant industrial estate? That's the idea. Yep. The idea. So the idea would be to have a retaining wall kind of along here, like so. It lets me do it. Although it says, hey, I'm in the water. It's like, yeah, that's the point. Maybe we need that pedestrian road like that, like Alphabet was saying. I didn't think so, though. I don't know why I wouldn't just be allowed to do that. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But yeah, I'll probably have something going along here. I need to just figure out a road that... So we have to... Basically, what I'm doing now is we want to bring down an off-ramp here. Down onto this area. And then... Similarly, we'll need a way on and off. It's just difficult because we're up on a hill. And we're next to a train line. So I'm trying to think, do I need 2 interchanges or do I just have 2 places to get on in separate areas? 2 places to get off in separate areas. I'm leaning towards that one because it's the bridge. That way you just have a steady road that comes down here. And then if we can cut under, I don't know if there's any way because this rail line is quite close to the highway, actually, thinking about it. You could always move that, I suppose, over, shift it over a bit. But do you want to bring this out maybe, and then to come up? Maybe I built that a bit too close. Because how the hell do you get onto this road now? Ugh, I just spent so much time just linking that up and now it has to be moved further out. It's so frustrating. This is 15 meters off the ground though, so I feel like maybe we could even clear the like come up and over the rail without bothering it. So might just really quickly try that before redesigning the whole thing. $15 meters is where we gotta go. To make the retaining walls in the water, you have to start out of the water, which is what makes it difficult, right? Yeah, don't you have to be half and half though? I thought, like half on the water and half not. Hey, I just watched your video, which you uploaded yesterday. Thanks, Santu. I hope you enjoyed it. Are you gonna turn the? Oh, sorry, I read that already. I wish key walls were an asset. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Don't move it. Create a bridge over it. Yeah, I just don't know how to. I'm not sure how to. Oh yeah, bridge just goes over. Oh yeah, I guess we could go over. I guess I thought because this is already 15 meters up that how could we do that? Just really quickly, what would happen if as an example. I'm gonna lazily do this for a second. Just see what would happen if we started bringing that up. Oh, that goes through a thing, doesn't it? Huh. Yeah, we can actually clear it even by going under. And join on. Obviously, we want to make that look better, but... Do we go under? I think under would actually work then. Considering that we can clear the rail. I would do that, I think, rather than go over, because it's quite high to go over. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Alright. And I think I'll do it with 2 lanes. Yeah. For the majority of this, I think I might even make it a 4-lane. Oh no, I guess we don't need to do that. Anyway, never mind. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. I was just trying to think, because normally what I often do is you'll have something like this, right? Something like that, but a section of it is 5. And then that's where you can join your like ramp onto or whatever. And that just reserves one of those lanes for you. Like that. That's quite nice. What happens if you just join onto an existing 5-lane? So what I'm basically going to be trying to do is this. Does that just work? Guess so. I guess so. Although what happens here? So you're going along. Got a give way line, yeah. I guess ultimately you just have a give way line. I suppose right beforehand you could shrink it down, right? To say like that people have to move in. A bit crazy to do that, isn't it though? I don't know if you should do that. Just trying to think what I should do. I kind of feel like 2 exits, or sorry, entries, I suppose, coming onto the motorway is what I want. 2 rather than 1, because I feel like it's gonna be quite high volume. So 1 on ramp isn't enough. We need 2. But I'm just wondering, should the road behind the 5-lane that we're merging onto be a 3 or a 4, or should we just leave it as is and just let them give way and figure it out? You know. You can bring out the land and draw roads in the shape you want. Drop the terrain on the side you want and the key right up to the road. Delete. Yeah. God, yeah, it's such a pain. No, I don't want to lower anything in the highway. I like the highway being a consistent height. Again, it's all in the eye of the beholder. So whenever I shoot down someone's idea, it's nothing against the idea. It's just like, oh, you know, one of the things I prefer or don't prefer. I just hit 10k subs. Hey, congratulations. Widen the middle of the highway and exit on the left lane. Then right. Oh, I can't widen the highway any further. That's my point. So it's like we'd have to shrink in the highway for a portion, maybe in the center. Because you don't want to be shrinking in the bridges and stuff. It'd be weird. Suppose we could, though, if we really wanted to. Keep it as a 4-lane. Then just reserve a 5th lane for people joining on like that. Something that's also I've noticed in England, what they'll do is, let's say it is it typically is actually 4-lane. Let's say it's a 4-lane highway like this. Hold on, that music is almost at 1% volume. It's still very loud. Down even a little bit further. Alright, that's a bit better. Okay, so something I've noticed is if you have, in England at least, I've just noticed, sometimes there'll be a place where there's two, what's it called, like 2 lanes merging onto something like this, right? What I've noticed is you'll often have this situation. Have to. They tend to stagger the joining bits. You have something like that. And this one will go a bit further out to the side. And there's like a dividing line between the two for a while. And then it merges in. It's almost exactly like that. Except this would still be asphalt, obviously, and it would be just like stripes. I don't know if that's kind of worth doing, but I don't think it would really make sense when you're on a bridge. But that's how I could get 2 people to kind of merge in, like, without bunching up on each other. I know they can merge together. I guess I'm trying to think of what ways you could do it where it looks somewhat realistic. Because obviously, what we could just do is have this 2 lanes, just merging on like so, and that's that. So here is nice because this outer lane is just a single one that they're merging onto. The inner one merging onto an existing kind of thing. And again, if we weren't to do any road separation, we could just keep it all 5 lanes. And then I don't know if this would ever happen. Does this ever happen in real life? That seems really risky. That seems quite risky to say, like, you're going to cut in a lane. I don't think that's anything I've ever seen before. It seems like no matter what I do, it's always going to say, like, yeah, we're going to cut into that lane in behind. Yeah. Anyway, how about when you exit, 1 lane goes away and then comes back with the on-ramp? When you exit, 1 lane goes away. I'm not sure exactly what you mean. I'm sorry, elder millennial. I miss the Minecraft music you have going on in the background sometimes. I normally play it in Satisfactory, not necessarily in this game. That does exist, but usually with a traffic light. Yeah, I'm just going to bring up some examples here on Google Maps real quick. If anyone knows any place they want me to look up, they think that has a solution to, or, you know, does what they're trying to explain, let me know. So I'm just trying to think. I normally drive on the M23. Satellite images. Yeah, so this is 2 lanes coming down. Because I'm more interested in coming on or coming off. This is where I was talking about they have them separated. So this is a 3-lane highway that then you just have to merge onto, because they don't want people trying to merge into a middle lane. That's why they have separated the 2, just push them further down the line. Because eventually you just go further down this line, you do end up just merging in again into the same one. So it's like 2 lanes are merging into the same lane, but you're separated by a vast distance to allow that to happen. That's what it feels like it should have. But because we're on a bridge and we're quite high up, don't really think that's kind of feasible. But we could try it. I think maybe it could look kind of cool. If anyone wants me to check out anything, just let me know. We'll have a quick look on Google Maps. But let's just give this a shot. Start with the joining on bit first, I guess. So we will probably want to join somewhere around here. And it's 15 meters up. Our junction 19 of the M5 watershed turn. Let's have a look. Junction 19. M5. This one? I just went junction 19 M5. But I don't know if this is quite accurate. It might just be picking some random thing. Junction 19, what was it? But you have the actual map coordinates. Oh, that's someone else actually, but you can check that as well. So that's too big of a deal. I won't be doing anything like... I mean, maybe... tempting to do something like that. Oh yeah, this is interesting. Fortunately, Google Maps overlays everything, so you can't quite see it with the actual... Well, yeah, this is basically just what I was looking at almost, right? So we have the A414. That's separate. Is this exactly what I was just looking at? Actually, it's not, I'm sure, right? Yeah, it's much further up, but it's the copy of what is exactly what's happening, pretty much. Nice, nice build, though. From the highway from 5 lanes to, let's say, 3, 2 will go to the bay. Then on the highway on-ramp side, the 2 lanes will merge back into the 3-lane highway to make 5 lanes again. That, yeah, I agree with that, but that just means like, oh, I have to make these 3 lanes as like their base. And then there's sections where it go up to 5, right? That's the only way I could do that. Just wanted to see what this looks like real quick. Can't do that now. Oh my god. Why has that happened? Oh, because they have the option to get off the... That's funny. They have that crossing point because they're allowed to get off. I think with road services, though, you could say you're not allowed to do that, right? Yeah. That's still obviously not what I wanted. God, why is this so difficult? I mean, I'm just kind of testing here, but I want that to go that way, and this lane... Can't seem to snap to the lane, it's just snapping me to the center. Go in there. But yeah, I think that's why you need to shorten the amount of... I mean, you don't have to, but I think especially when you're raised, you've got these like bridge things to worry about, the supports. They can get really difficult. Alright. I think what I'll do is we'll bring this down to a 3-lane. I don't know how to do it where it's 5. Yeah, it has to have sections of 3-lane. It just has to work. Okay, but just in the middle. Keep it centered. No, actually, it doesn't need to be centered. It needs to be offset. Because otherwise, how are the lanes going to join and exit? Let me just do that again. So we're heading this direction. If that's the case, we need to be on in the inside like this. Right, because that way there's ways to get down and ways to get up. Yeah. Alright, we'll do the same over here. Right, so we're 3 lanes, but we have the option now to add on those 2 lanes where we need to. And we can figure that out in a bit. Well, this is where you can... Oh, we're driving down this way. This is where you can come down, so this is a place where you get on. I guess maybe before the bridge. Or further down. It doesn't have to be there. We just depend, you know, just carving it out so we can see where we need to do it. Okay, so if we're to join on to this side, definitely somewhere... Yeah, just over here. We got to... Okay, right, just line up with that, right? And bring that down then. Doesn't have to be over there, though. I would say that maybe... Shame that that's somewhat staggered now, but whatever. Yeah, I'd say around there. This music. Now we'll do a freeform curve, maybe? This game. We don't need zoning cell length. We don't need zone grid. Snap into sides of buildings. That doesn't matter. 90-degree angles we don't need because we're on a curve. Snap to existing geometry, I guess. No. Right, and then we can come down a bit, right? So that's 1.7%, 2.6%. That seems okay. And we need to keep going down. Oh, crap. Damn it. I didn't even mean to hit right click. Goddamn. So I want to do that, you know, bring it out this way and then down and around. So keep going further with the decline. Come on. The sweet spot there. Okay. Now, I gotta check where these pillars are. This is the other thing that makes it so complicated. That's such a sharp turn, it's ridiculous, but it has I feel like it has to happen. What's our incline now? We want to keep it to about 3%. This is an example, so that would be it there. We have to reverse it. That's how you do it, I guess, if we could only make it smoother. After the bridge, make 3-lane for both and becoming 5-lane, yeah. Upgrade to 5. Well, I just brought it down to 3, so that then we have a more seamless joining on point where it becomes 5. That's the idea there. But I just need to get the curve to be smooth. I actually quite like that curve, but not this one, so we'll have to just break that one and we can hopefully just join it back on. We can go over the rail now. It's actually not that bad thinking about it, really. So this has to go up to 15. So don't snap to existing geometry just for a minute. Is that a bit better? A little bit better. I'm sure I'm a fan of the way that just stops, so I guess that's just the way it has to be. It's always so like I just feel like I'm not very good at the game, you know. I could draw this on paper in a very smooth curve. I can never make it happen in game the way I want it to. It's just like the way this comes down nicely, that's great, but then it just has this sharp turn here. Now I know there's pillars in the way, so there's partly the reason why that's happened. But it's the kind of thing where it just makes me really unhappy when I'm like, it doesn't look right. I'll try one more time. If I can't get it on this shot, then I'll leave it. Just do the whatever works rather than whatever looks best. Hey, Tuans. Starting from the bottom actually seemed to be a bit better that time, so maybe we'll do that again. And using the complex curve seems good because you have those 2 snap points. I wish there was one that was even more complex. Oh god. I don't think how that kind of curves in. And what are we up to? 6.5? So we're about halfway. That's halfway now. I could go like this, and wrap into there. I have to go all the way up to 15. And super difficult. I wish I could just draw it on a paint and then it could just import into the game, because I could do it super smooth. I know exactly what I need to do just to get a line to go between here, but I just can't make it happen in game. Bit of that. So in, curve, and then up. That's all I need to do. Bless you, thank you. If you delete the highway for... Oh no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to delete the highway on a curve, because it would just be difficult to get it back in position, I think. And then that would be the difficult thing, you know, linking that up. Alright. Whatever happens this time, this is the way it's just going to have to be, so... Coming down there. It's, I guess the difficult thing really is the pillars that are in the way. Right, up to 7.5 again. Yeah, it looks like I'm touching on a pillar either way now. Such a shame. It must just be just on the edge of one, yeah. Oh, yeah. Alright, so that was our first latch point, so that needs to go further up. The thing is with this now, there's no way I'm going to get it to be symmetrical, because there's no way I can do this twice, where it looks really good both ways. That was there. Alright, that's good progress. 133-degree angle, 4.9% incline. Now we need to go up to 15. We could get it to link up much further, so what I can do just here, create this street. All right, try again. So up to 15. Use some point like that to start the curve. Another one like here, and then just bring it in straight. So hard to see. Overlapping something. We're just a little too close to the rail, only by the slightest bit. Oh, goddamn, I'm gonna goddamn kill myself here. It keeps snapping into things as well. All I've got is guidelines turned on. I guess I could turn them off. 180 degrees. I wanted that to be a straight bit there, like this. Put down our first little node. Put down another one. Oh, there we go. I think we got it. Turning off guidelines helped. Alright, that's as good as I can make it, you know? As good as I can make it. So that's our first one. That's one way on. And to be fair, it is harder to get into the inside, right? So at least that's something. But now we have a nice 2 lanes that merge on. So we'll just have to correct this just a little bit. So go up to 5, upgrade. I'll read the chat now in a second. I just got really locked in with that one there. Just have to correct it over a bit. Yeah, I think that's better. One on the left can move maybe, it's just slightly. I have to do this all the way back, I don't know. Leave it to about there for now, and then we'll see how that goes. And is this okay? This is pretty much okay. Bit of a weird straight line there for some reason. Maybe it would prefer that. That's not perfect, but it wouldn't let me go any further. The pillar, so that's where it would have to be. Alright, cool. There we go. That's one on-ramp onto our 5-line highway. Right, I'll read my chat now. So, good morning. Hey, Thomas. 2 hours later. If you oh, yeah, I read that already. Go out a little bit and loop on under. Reverse highway direction. This will enable you to start drawing road from highway itself. I feel like it's easy to go from the ground up to the highway. But good tip, actually, just generally, to just quickly reverse the highway so you can draw it in the reverse direction. Never thought about that. Often found that problem of, like, you're trying to latch onto a road, but it doesn't let you properly do it because it's, like, the one-way direction is the wrong way. But I never thought of just, like, yeah, temporarily flipping the target and working from that backwards. So that's a good tip, though, generally. Is it possible to go under one highway, then between the highway and back to the far side like a crazy S-turn? Ignore what I just said. That's alright. Alright, cool, we got one. Right, so that's one way on, and we need one way off. So this would have to come down and join somewhere out here as well. And this road can be done any way we want, so just get a 2-lane to come down now. I suppose we wanted to come down somewhere over there, right, to make it look a bit nicer, so we'll upgrade this again. Starting over there, I guess. I'll just shift this just so it's a bit more even. It was all even at the start, and it was a 5-lane originally, but bringing it down to 3 and then back up to 5 again has messed its spacing off again. Alright. So, starting at 15, this should be easier. We'll see how it goes. Maybe some guideline snapping here. Now, ultimately, we'll just put it down all the way to 0. I want it to go like that and then just down. As easy as that. Oh, there's collision in the way. Yeah, I was hoping it could almost just continue on straight. Then we just turn it, but it looks like it doesn't want to do that. Alright, let's find out what we can do then. I guess we just have to come out a bit further. Man, it is really struggling on that. I think it's because of the support. Yeah, it won't even... I'd have to go way out. Alright, we can make a halfway point then, like this. 7.5. Let's do a regular curve, I think, to start off with. That's a pretty strong decline there, so we'll just bring it back up a bit. I can't remember what the incline slash decline was of the other one. I think it was like 5%, 4.9 or something. That alright? I know it's a little squiggly, but I kind of like that. Kind of cool. And then we'll just merge it onto a 4-lane road, right? Or we could have something else, like a little roundabout. That's good enough. We don't want to spend too long on that. We've already spent a long time doing it. Hey, Cold Dip. How am I doing? I'm good. Yeah, I actually think I might be getting sick. Maybe, just a little bit. If I work from the ground up, I think it'll work better. Oh yeah, you're right. It probably would have worked better there, actually. Oh well, I'm happy enough with that now. But yeah. It's hard to keep up motivation for content. Is it hard to keep up motivation for content creation? How do you make content when it gets difficult to find motivation? I don't know. I don't really have a motivation problem. I'm often really wanting to record. A problem that I end up having is I have a problem where I just feel like nothing I do is good enough. So I end up redoing things a lot and taking a very long time with the most basic stuff. Just in videos. Kind of comparing, because there's other creators out there that are really, really great, you know? They've got editors, and they built them up over time, like they built up to that point where they've done that. And then I'm trying to like kind of compete with that in a way. Not everyone's really in direct competition. I do believe like a rising tide raises all boats. I believe when other people do well in City Skylines, it just helps other people do well as well. It's not like I'm like really against any other content creator or something, but they set a bar in terms of quality, so it's like I gotta try and like achieve that. But I feel like I'm not maybe they're not naturally that good either. They just make it look effortless. But I feel like I'm not naturally that good at these games. I try really, really hard to be, but it just means I take a very long time at doing stuff. So yeah, but yeah, motivation isn't really a problem. I do, you know, I'll often, like, personal stuff and real life gets in the way where you do feel a bit down and not very energized, and that can be a bit of a struggle to then sit down and try to record. And I don't like have like major issues or anything, but some days you're just not feeling it and you'd rather do something else. Like I could easily like clean the entire house or do some manual labor or something like that, but I'm not like energized enough to really speak into a microphone and talk with people and stuff. Sometimes it just that can be a bit difficult, and that's why some days, I'd say that happens once every couple of weeks, where I'm just like, there's 1 or 2 day period where I'm just like, I just can't bring myself to record, or I do end up recording and I'm just like, this fucking sucks. Like I sound like so bored, and I'm not bored, but I'll just sound like I'm not into it. Because, you know, if you're just playing a game by yourself regularly, can you imagine if you had a microphone on you? 90% of the time you're just in a relaxed environment where you're not really trying to think or talk out loud or anything. And I have a pretty monotone voice as it is. So you can only imagine how you just literally fall asleep when I'm just doing my casual gaming. Anyway, it's a long-winded way of saying, like, I don't have a motivation problem. If anything, I just wish I could do more and more and more stuff. And I'm always motivated when, especially lately, like, things have been going really well on the channel, and I just feel like, god damn, you know, I was gaining a lot of subs very quickly in this last month, basically. And almost every comment or in every video, people are like, we just want more. And what a great position to be in. And I'll get a little bit down on myself because I'm like, I just can't do it any faster. Because I take a very long time with doing these things. Streams are great though. I chose to do streams just to break up my week a bit. So it's not like I could lose a stream and gain a day or anything like that. I still do stuff beginning and end, but put a ton of time into building blueprints and plans out for Satisfactory. And then I put a ton of time into trial and error like this. Like even just building something like this, or building what I built over here. You know, this took 4 hours on the stream last week. Just this. Well, that and this. Took 4 hours. You know, I'm sure if I had the skill now, I could do it in much quicker time, maybe 1 hour, because it is still finicky. And if I was just trying to literally replicate it, could do it even quicker, maybe 20 minutes. So it's the kind of thing where it's like, damn, I just wish I was better at the game so I could do this stuff quicker, you know. And I look at other content creators that are smashing videos out so fast by comparison. Some of them with editors, some without. I'm like, god damn, you know, they're just good. They're very good. Anyways, long-winded answer. Hey, Zach. Finally got to jump into a stream. Your videos actually got me into City Skylines too. I'm not saying I blame you for my new addiction, but like maybe. Hey, I'm glad you enjoyed it though. I'd hate to hear if someone was like, bought the game because I watched you play it and then I hated it or something like that. Anyway, when you have fun, it'll show us in videos. Yeah, indeed, yeah. Excuse me. You're doing great. I enjoy watching. I'm like, yeah, I gotta say, I'm very everything's going great, so no complaints really. I do have that little content creator brain thing of though. You do see it. I went 2 weeks without a video in City Skylines. That's a long time in YouTube world. You know, I went from something like 50,000. So the first video had 150,000 views. The second had 50. The third one now, it's only been out a day, to be fair, but it's got 10. So you have that content creator brain of thing like, damn man, if I was quicker, I probably could have retained a lot more people for a lot longer. And then you also look at it, it's like, well, why did 100,000 people leave? You know? So you can look at it very negatively. But I do try to focus on the positive, which is things are going well. Even if a series naturally falls off with viewers, which is totally fine. I still focus on the people that are there watching and who really enjoy it and give loads of feedback and everything. And I'm just want to be more consistent and be able to put things out more reliably. So that's all. Anyway, I think the streams are a good solution for people who want more. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I saw your comment as well in the Discord as well earlier. But yeah, I'm at my limit. You know, I've got Rosie helping me do my emails and stuff. People are offering me sponsorships. I don't even have time to reply because I'm just so busy doing all this stuff. Like this is a chill thing right now, but normally I'm working hard on the videos and the edits sometimes are mental. I wouldn't even be able to have an editor because it's too crazy, the edits that I end up doing. Like the volume of editing that's involved. You're talking like a 7-hour satisfactory recording with, I don't know, thousands of literal edits on it. So anyway, and that's not counting all the time that goes into like preparing and making blueprints and stuff that works in the game, then trying to come up with things that are like interesting to watch. I've chosen 2 games that both take a very, very long time to do things with, so that's my bad. Anyways, getting a little off track, so let's just get refocused. So we've got our 2 exits here. We need 2 exits on this side as well. Got a railway in the way, so maybe I'll do it around this point. I'm just trying to think though, if we're gonna join the, we need an off-ramp from the inside, so come down here and curl under, that's fine. And here you curl straight down, that should be fine too. So I think that location's a decent spot to do this. But yeah, shout out to Rosie, she's been helping me with like emails and stuff because she knows I'm just like super busy. I'm not really taking any of the sponsorships anyway because my videos are doing so great, I don't need to. For now. This is the thing where I was wondering what's going to happen because we'll go back up to 5, but it's going to have to come down to 4. And then it's going to have to come down to 3 for a bit to allow these guys to merge on. Yeah, something like that, I think. Keeping it at 4 for a while is okay. Look. Right. Oh, I did that the wrong way around, didn't I? Yep. I keep reversing direction in my head because my other save is left-hand drive. But these guys are coming down from up here. They don't need that. Phase 3. Oh, I guess that actually solves that problem for me, doesn't it then, yeah? We'll smoothen that out in a moment. How far back? I think even there would be a good spot. So here you can start to come down, and then same for here. Have to come up just over the rail bridge. Alright. Get Rosie to do the editing. She can do editing, and she's actually pretty good at it. Did a little bit for the previous job she had. And I think she still does some from time to time, but the editing, honestly, the editing, not trying to make it sound like I'm some great editor or anything, it's not that, it's just the amount of edits would just require me to be very hands-on and involved with it. So it just, yeah, it's the kind of thing where either only I can do it, or it's someone who's watched a lot of my stuff, knows the general vibe of what I cut out and what I keep. But it probably wouldn't be too difficult now, because I have made a lot of the things, like the cuts I make in Satisfactory are often gated by a sort of a VHS tape fast forwarding kind of thing. And that's pre-made now. I made it. And other people could use that, I suppose. So a lot of that stuff has been done already. Damn, it's a shame. We're gonna have a bend in the road. I'm actually just gonna try and bring it out this way the whole way out. In one of your previous videos, you said you were playing Counter-Strike in games in that genre. Why have you stopped? Don't get me wrong, your content is amazing. Those are just run and gun. Oh, I never did it on YouTube. Those are just games I play for fun myself. Yeah, I wouldn't put that on YouTube. Just because it's totally different content, you know? There's no way, like, you know, just to pick a name out of a hat, do you think City Planner Plays only plays City Skylines? I'm sure he plays other games too, but he doesn't put them on his channel because they just wouldn't view very well. You know, a lot of people say they're there for the creator, not for the content, but really they're there for the creator playing certain content or doing certain content. And I'd be guilty of that too. Like I watch a bunch of different, you know, YouTubers. But when they switch game, I'm like less interested because I'm like, yeah, I'm sure they're nice people and they play the game in a similar way or whatever. But it's like, oh, I like seeing them play this thing. You know, I'm there for the vibes of City Skylines or whatever it might be. So I don't begrudge anyone for that. But no one should really expect to see Battlefield 2042 content on my channel. That's just for me, really. I wouldn't expect people to really be that into it. I'll just have to do a little bend in the road there. I mean, actually doing it there is going to be fine because that's where the exit's going to be coming on. All right. Your voice is relaxing while making homework? Yeah, a lot of people... I have a friend of mine, a close friend that I went to school with, and he's like, oh, I watch your videos now to help me fall asleep. And I'm like, that's weird because we hang out regularly, and it's like, oh. There's something strange about it not being a stranger. It's like, oh, you actually know me and you listen to me falling asleep? That's kind of strange. A bit, to an extent, but people tell me I've got a chill voice and people go sleep to it and everything, so that's all well and good. Keep those videos running in the back, keep those ads on, am I right? Battle 2042 is so good. Yeah, I really like it. I mean, it obviously had tons of issues when it first came out, but now it's pretty great. I really like it. I'm going to start with the inside one first, actually thinking about it. So just sort of straighten up this road and then we'll build the interchange here. First. But yeah, no, I'm playing it. I'm going through the latest season, doing all my missions. It's great. I'm playing Ghost of Tsushima as well at the moment. About 2/3 of the way through the game. Very much enjoying it. Going for a platinum. Big PlayStation fan generally. Play a lot of PlayStation games. Or I used to. I'm trying to play more over time now. Alright, whatever. Alright, so what we've done today, and how long have we been streaming? Yeah, just a casual 2.5 hours. So we put down this, built this bridge, and now we're building the on and off ramps. So that's taking 2.5 hours. That's insane. That's how slow I am. Anyway, you have a very good radio voice. Thank you very much. Ooh, yeah. Smooth indie sound of Richard Ashcroft. Can you rewatch the stream afterwards? You can, yes. Yeah. It'll be up a few hours after it ends. Got hooked watching you play Skylines. Great work. Thank you, Marco. It'd be fun seeing somebody like seeing you, how you play FPS games. Well, fun fact, I've been a content creator full-time since 2017, and for 4 to 5 years, I played all variety of games. And I streamed every day. Or streamed 4 times a week. And not many people watched. So, there you go. So, you might think it's fun, but apparently it's not. So... but yeah, I post clips every now and then in my Discord. Actually, I'm gonna put up some clips now just for a second. Show you some of my skills in Battlefield. Because there's actually some pretty cool clips, so just bear with me if I do say so myself. So, go on my Discord, discord.gg/WDP. I'm gonna search from Darren. I'm in streamer mode. Get me out of streamer mode. From Darren. In FPS, is it? Yeah. Hang on just one sec. Pause that music. And then has video. I don't save these videos, so look it up. Right, there we go. I don't know how to make this any bigger, I guess. Oh, yeah. These are my RPG shots. By the way, it's just worth pointing out, I play with music on when I'm playing. Not edited onto the video. Literally, I just play with music in the background. Get absolutely wrecked. I think hardware acceleration is off, and that's why... Copy this. It's a bit framey. Hang on one sec, where the hell? Hardware acceleration. It'll just make it run a bit better. Oh, there we go. Anyway, been watching your series on City Skylines at Satisfactory, and I'm loving every minute of them. Can't wait for a new factory update. Thank you. Yeah, I'll be streaming Satisfactory tomorrow, actually, for people who are interested. So there's no video this week, but it'll be a stream. Go through a bunch of things. Smaller things that I need to do on the side, but then the build will finish the week after. But I get a lot of people who have questions and things that they want to know about, so I feel like a stream will be a good way to do some of the smaller things that I've been meaning to get to. Alright, there we go. Sorry. Alright, this should just make it run a bit quicker. I'll be quick with this. Just indulge me for a moment. You wanted one person asked to see how I play these games, and this is kind of how I play. Okay, I'm like, okay, a jet just went by. He's clearly after the helicopter. He's circling back around. Jet's there. Helicopter's there. Good night. That's how you do it. It's as easy as that. See what else we got. Attack helicopter bothering us. I'm in a tank. Down a hill. Good night. See you later. What else we got? Being badgered by an AA. Oh no, sorry, I'm in AA, and I'm being badgered by a helicopter. Can't seem to take him. Can't shake him. Just realized, hang on one sec, there's Tenet music here. Gonna have to just turn that way down. Hopefully we'll get away with it. So he's disabled my turret. It's turning really slowly. I'm like, oh, it's not looking good. I'm getting my ass handed to me by this heli while I'm in an AA vehicle, a vehicle designed to take him down. So I bail. Take him down the old-fashioned way. Good night. We got. Oh, this is just me almost about to die, I guess. This is a tank just aiming his gun through the elevator when I got into it. I was like, I had no bullets left. 12 bullets left. Last few bullets on that guy there. Literally down to 0. No ammo, and I'm just praying that I can get away. And you just see the tank's like barrel go through the elevator because he's chasing me. He copped on to the fact that I was there. This is Tenet music again, so I gotta turn that down. Got that guy. Working my way up the stairs. Little ducking, bobbing and weaving. Oh, I heard the revive. Someone was like, "Are you using wall hacks or what?" No, I heard him get revived. Little bobbing and weaving. See you later. Good night. This may have been during a free weekend where there's a lot of noobs. But yeah, if people want to know how I play the game, it's just like this, with people running around me who don't seem to know that I'm there, I guess. Get the idea, and I think that's basically it. I was saying, like, it always just feels like a movie when I'm playing this game. I just think it's so atmospheric and so cool. But I do prefer older Battlefields personally, but I still enjoy this game a lot. What game is this? This is Battlefield 2042. I'm not actually playing it right now. I just said I'd show a couple of clips. Some of my best clips, I guess. And this one was the last one. I'll just show this one lastly, and then we'll just get back to it. This is where I was saying this just feels like so atmospheric. Where I'm just like having so much fun in this game. And with the music in the background, I'm just like, this is amazing. Gotta be a team player as well, man. So the reason that it's not anything terribly crazy about this clip, other than just the atmosphere of like planes are flying overhead. There's just tons of people, like everywhere. And the music had me like so pumped up. Guy on the left is like helping me. There's jets in the background. It's just like chaos. I just think it's so much fun. This is like my Isengard moment here, where I look over the bridge. Look at that. And I'm just like, there's people everywhere. I don't know why they're out in the middle of the sand like that, but they were. Well, good. I was a bit scared. I kept ducking down. But that life continued for quite a while, actually. I think I eventually got killed. And then someone revived me a bit later. But yeah, my favorite thing to do is just take pot shots at helicopters and stuff. Little flick of the wrist. There's nothing to it. So there you go. That's how I play Battlefield. So I'm a gamer. I play other games. I play other games well, I would say. I play a decent amount of racing games, playing Ghost of Tsushima at the moment. You know how it is. Anyway, finish the stream early. You're getting sick. Can't deal with man flu this week. Shake my head early. Finish the stream early. That's just because you want to head out, don't you? Not going to do that. We're not finishing until we build this area. Alright, let's get back on track. Turn my music back on. We've almost done the things that take the longest at least. So yeah, it's just the on and off ramps now. So these are positioned correctly. Turn that music down. Actually, pretty much as low as it can go. Alright. What y'all think of my gameplay? Anyway, you see, that's typically what what I want to see. Yeah, exactly. Just join my Discord. Appreciate it. I joined on this. I thought I clicked the wrong video. Yeah, it's alright. Yeah, we're back in the world of City Skylines. Okay, so what we're doing today is building out a cargo harbor onto this island. So we've terraformed the island to add in more uniform land or structure here. Put in the cargo harbor itself. We built this new bridge going across it. It's taken me a very long time, about 2.5 hours in so far. We now have an on and off ramp here. So we have this one to get on, curling under and going along. We've also got the rail bridge going alongside it. Similarly, we have the off ramp down this way. Get off. I want to fix one last thing that just bothers me when I see these lines all bunched up on each other. It's not how it's supposed to be, man. Nothing I can do about it. I'm sure it'll work fine. It's just when you see the line stretch like that, it makes me think that there's some issue. Alright. And then we had the rail splitting over there as well. Okay, good. So we just need to, so this is the way forward, so we just bring this down somewhere, our complex curve. Or up to it, depending how we want to do things. Oh yeah, I said I'd start from the inside, so I think working down is actually probably a bit easier. So, gonna be having a problem with that railway straight off the bat. Oh, that's because we weren't raised enough. God, it works. So, stop snapping now. Dare I bring it all the way down, even straight off the... like this? That's too much, right? That's a 10% climb. We want to keep it at 5. We want to keep it relatively consistent with the other ones. I'd say even just somewhere like here would be good, right? Oh no, because we're just going to run into that, aren't we? It has to be turned in more. There we go. Sweet spot right there. Bonk. I mean, it's a bit sharp. Yeah. It's a little bit sharp. Maybe we should work up to it then. I don't know. If I work up to it, but come up from this angle, and that gives us a bit more of a straight line climb. Yeah, I'll probably chop this bit away, but just to get us to 7.5, the halfway mark. Starting even just somewhere around here would be good. Alright, so we continue in a relatively straight line, going up to 15, right? This is where I have to reverse the road, don't I? Oh, sorry, my chat froze. No, not heading out this evening, staying in my cave. Thank you very much. Are you from Republic of Ireland, or Northern Ireland, or Wales, or Scotland, or England? You'll never know. I'm a man of the people. Doesn't matter where I'm from. Now I want to know. What will happen if organized, ordered person like you plays a game in a totally different manner? Total chaos. Well, I play the objective. Maybe that's part of where the order and stuff comes in. I like to think I'm pretty organized, but I'm not really... I don't know. I'm sort of faking it. I have to put a lot of effort into these games to make them... to do just basic things, whereas you see other people who are like clearly just very good. Like that, there's a channel called Imperator. He's awesome. He makes really, really good stuff. That's not gonna work. So that was there. We need to bring this back a bit. So turn off map to existing geometry. We'll just go to about there. Come on. Okay. Now we just have to reverse the direction of that. Is that in line? It's kind of in line with that. It comes out a bit wide. Oh my god. We're still above the train though. That's okay? Ah, that's fine. At worst, could we shift it in a bit? We try. Yeah, we could probably try. Just a little bit away from the rail. Bring it all in. Bit by bit. So this would come in, it would have to be about there. Let's just see if that can even work. Being able to do this is so good. One of the best features in this game. It's like a light version of the Move It mod. Yeah, I'm alright with that. We're just in from the rail a little bit, and yeah, that's fine. Right, so now we can reverse this again, right? So... Bastard. Oh, that's because this is the wrong way around. I was gonna say, like, why? No. Good. yeah, if I you know really wanted to, I'd like to have that not be such a sharp curve, but it is in it, bruv. We maybe just even from here latch that back on. I think in a better way. I think so. And just reverse it again. Alright, I'm fine with that. It's pretty smooth. High pitched voice. Pretty smooth. Alright, this one should be the easiest one. Should just have to come straight down basically. So let's see. It's gonna definitely be the hardest one for some reason. So we're gonna do that great tip again that came from that. I can't remember who it was. I'm sorry. It began with M. But flipping this first and then bringing the road down, allowing you to draw from the top down. Great way of doing it. Never would have. It's just one of those small things. I just wouldn't have thought of that. From this side. I'm gonna flip that as well. That's having a bit of an issue with the idea, the concept. "90-degree angle, please, maybe? Maybe complex curve? Alright, let's bring it further back. What's your problem, huh? The way it's coming off, it's dropping a bridge right at the edge. Dang. Or a support, I should say. Alright, anyway, road arrow is wrong. Never mind, you got it. Oh yeah, don't worry, I'm doing it on purpose. Why not go outside of it and then loop it in and under? I'm confused. I don't know what that refers to, but that's what we did. Unless you're behind or something. Or unless I'm behind in reading that. That could be an old message. Unless you're referring to this bit, which I feel like it should just be a case of bringing this down and over. It might just be the case that we might have to push this further back, this exit. This is just a bit too close to the bridge thing. I think that might be the problem. I do feel like there was a place where we could do it. Like if you come out far enough, no? It's just always saying that that line, that rail line, is a problem. So even if I go real far back. So something you can do is you can drop a regular node, I think, like maybe here. Just put down a support there. Then I can upgrade this one to be a 3. So now our thing is further back. Using a 2. Try the complex curve. I don't think we need complex, we'll just try it. Starting at 15, we're starting up here. Existing geometry snapped on. Ah, hang on one sec. Go to there. Bring this down to 7.5. Can we get any closer? Needs to be where it wants me to go, so incline should be about 5%. That's what we've been doing before. Then ultimately we're trying to join over to that guy. I think he's coming in this way where the 4-lane road is going to link up with them. Or that. Alright, so we just need to... I'm just going to leave that. That's fine. You definitely haven't seen that movie? Backseat driving, I'll stop. Oh, I don't mind. Hey, people can give as much suggestions as they want. I never mind people telling me what to do in these games. I'll just tell you I'm not going to do it if I don't want to do it. I'll always welcome suggestions. I just don't think that I'm going to do everything that people suggest, though. Anyway, professional geography addict worked out what country you're from. Out of my options. I'm a professional. You think so? I think they meant outside the RR track. First off, don't know what an RR track. Oh, railroad. Okay. Outside and then looping back. Oh, gotcha. Why not go outside a bit? No, but they said and loop it. Why not go outside a bit and then loop it in and under? If they meant the rail track, that wouldn't have. I couldn't have gone under that. So I still don't. Maybe that is what I meant. So I think they mean go. Why not go outside the railroad track and loop it in and under? Did you mean this road coming down and then under the railroad? Well, either way, obviously I'm happy with it now, but yeah, just kind of curious exactly what that meant. It's always very difficult for me anyway to interpret what people mean when they say these things. It's almost like I wish I could just give people a pen and paper and it's like, just draw what you meant and throw it in my Discord or something, you know? Anyways. But yeah, I have no doubt that it's on me that I don't have the understanding. It's not that someone's not explaining it well. Probably just missing the context. How old am I? I'm 31. I turned 31 just recently. Alright, we did it. It only took like 3 hours. Done it. And I think it looks good. It looks pretty good. We've got a rail line, bridge, multiple on and off ramps. Now we just need to connect them to 4-lane roads. So just even as an example, we don't have to continue this all the way, but I was thinking, yeah, just... Wait, is there a snap point in between here? Well, even like this is fine. This is actually something you see a lot in real life, which is coming off of a highway. It's normally a bend to prevent people just speeding off of it. Yeah, I could probably just turn that last bit into a bit more properly. Say 2 lanes. Regular curve. Oh, I was wondering why the road is freaking out. It's because it's going the wrong way. That's okay, right? What's this problem here? Why is there traffic lights? No left turn, right? You're not allowed to do a loop there or anything. Neither are they. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know why that's there. Any ideas? Should I just do that one again maybe and see if it gets rid of it? As the other side is correct. That's a bit better. They're kind of curling into it a bit weird. There's a junction there. No lights, please. No crossing. Don't think there'd be any U-turns, but just to prevent... I mean, you can check that with the... In fact, we'll just do that. I'll just turn on the rendering options really quickly just to check. Nope, no U-turns or anything, so we're good. Alright, you've successfully merged. Point. Did it, Mom. You would keep the ramp bridge higher up. Go over the tracks. Then 90-degree turn it back over the track and under the bridge. Oh, I see. I got you. Yeah. Yep, that could work. It could have worked. Just realized I'm supposed to hook this up to there. That's going to take ages as well. I could try to do it quickly and just mess it up. Or to leave it messy even if it's on the edge of the map. clean it up myself. I'd like to just get this up and running and see it, you know, working. Alrighty, so what do we got? 4-lane road. This could come in at an angle, maybe, and join somewhere here into a roundabout or something. Put a roundabout just before. Can't do it there, obviously, but I mean just before. Just to see what would that work. Or do we even need one? Let me think about it a bit better. So trucks can come out here. They can cross over, right? If you come out, you can cross over. I would assume so. Because if not, they need their own little loop of a road. I'm almost worried this would be so high volume they even need more than 4 lanes, but I would hope not. If you come out, you want to come down this way. I think you can do that, right? This would need to come down and then go out to here. So the plan was to have some factories around here once we get done with some of this bespoke spacing. Let's see what this would look like really quickly, like putting a roundabout there, because I'm just thinking it'd probably just flow a bit better if we could do that. We could do an asymmetrical road that goes into it. Alright, that gives people more options when they're going around. That need to be even bigger. Could make it even bigger. So for straight, that's for straight as well. That's for right. Oh, I guess there's only 2 exits. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Unless you, yeah, come back around on yourself. Yeah, that's fine. An interesting little arrow. I've never seen that before. Just like a roundabout, but you're only turning right. Does everyone have that? Everyone should have the same. Oh, yeah. Okay, yep. Okay, cool. All good. Don't think a roundabout makes sense near an industrial area with trucks and stuff. It's a good point. I just prefer roundabouts than junctions, but I think you're probably right, actually, that seeing them go around it does look odd when they're going around a roundabout. That's why I did make it the biggest one. But yeah, you're probably right. All right, I agree. Leave it like this. Leave it like a junction. You can push it further back now, then. Case. All right. But no trucks roll out. Do they roll out here? Well, they might. We don't want to join this on to there because that could be busy. That's an exit spot and that's an exit spot as well. Okay, we could just do something else where maybe this joins and we have like a kind of a square loop thing. I'll probably tidy this up. I just want to generally gauge where this is going to go. A 90-degree angle. It doesn't feel like 90 degrees. It's 90 degrees. Guess so. There's room for factories then in there. I just worry about having a junction that close. I guess it doesn't have to come all the way over. I mean, yeah, you could just take this road and get over to where you need to go. What did I miss? Well, it depends if you're here earlier. Probably not that much. We've just been building this bridge with its on and off ramps, and now I'm trying to basically find a way to connect it to the cargo terminal in a way that makes sense. So I'm just trying to think, if you're coming in here and you come off, yeah, how do you get over there properly? Well, what's a good way? A lot of people are probably going to use this exit. I have a feeling that a lot of stuff is going to come into the cargo harbor and need to go into where our factories are over here. So they're going to get up onto this highway and they're going to go straight out and head over that way. So for that, they need kind of quick and direct access. But I'm a little afraid of putting a junction somewhere here. But maybe it's not that bad of that bad. So it looks like there's an exit point here, right? There's like a... I assume cars are going to drive out there. So I don't really want a junction this close to this area. So it would have to be somewhere down maybe in the middle here. I think would probably make more sense. Now, I guess I could move this. Actually, just slide it up a bit. Maybe that would help. Road directly snapped to the building could be one way with two-way parallel road. It connects to that handle, the other roads. Oh yeah, you could make it a... Yeah, you could make it a one-way. If you made it one way going this way, we could then have a branching fork out this way that leads out to here, right? Would that be reasonable? I feel like that might be reasonable. I would even be as tempted then to move this down further. Try that for a bit. Sorry for clearing my throat. A little bit sick, I think. What would this be? A 3-lane, a 4-lane, one-way road? Or that could just be... Well, let me think about it. So I would reserve you 2 lanes to go out that way and then 2 lanes to go that way. Actually, yeah, that works. That kind of works. Okay. What else was it? Don't forget to add a load of parking. Those factories have thousands of workers. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, so you're saying a 2-way parallel road alongside it, right? That makes sense. So somewhere like here that runs parallel to it, or even just a little further over. And that's kind of where the industry area starts, I guess, that they can cut into. But where should the connection points be, I guess? That's what I wouldn't know. I'd have to feel it out. I almost think there shouldn't really be any. Yeah, I don't know. All right, anyway, let me just connect this one over to where I think I know it will go, which is over there. That's a normal median road. One as well needs... Two. I'm such an idiot. I always have it the wrong flipping. I'm always thinking we're driving on the left side. Sorry. Do that again, but just bring it up a little further, I guess. 103. Nope. Alright, 103, and that's to come down to 103. Roughly there. 104, it's fine. Okay, so you've merged on. You can put the parking between the 2 roads. Oh yeah. Don't worry about the roundabouts. Oh yeah, I read that already. Oh no, I didn't actually. If you look at Goal in East Yorkshire, whereas inland port in England, it has a few roundabouts between the docks and the motorway. Yeah, I mean, certainly, it's... I agreed, though, with the first person who mentioned it, which was Rakshith. Just because it's like, it does look weird seeing them go around the roundabout, and I think it does make sense to say, like, well, why is that really needed in an industrial area? If you could just control the flow with, like, one-way streets and stuff. So, I don't think it'd be the worst thing in the world to do, and it does exist in real life, but I do think, like, is it the best thing to do if you're designing an area? Probably not. Trucks that struggle to get around these things typically. Alright, so here you are, your 4-lane road. Got 2 lanes that lead off, split off, and you're ready to go out into the world. Something like that. And then this one, please don't tell me I have to... Yeah, okay, that's okay. I think it looks better. No, I guess it's not going to curve right, actually. So just leave it straight. Same thing has happened here, though, again, with the traffic lights. Not really sure why it does that. Why would you ever need to stop? Okay, so coming in though, these guys need a way to get like over there. So at somewhere here, they'll have to turn and go down like a kind of a main street that goes running down the center. So this is going to be either further back. Then we give a parking in between. I know, I realize it is a little close, but I'm okay with it. I wonder, can we just for example see how fat this factory is? These are the ones that are probably going to move over here. Oh my god, they're so big. That's pretty thick. Just hang on one sec. This is the spot that... Nailed it. Alright, good. How is that an invalid shape? What? Oh my god. 2 lanes, straight line. Yeah, so this needs to break off and then go down that way. Don't snap to existing geometry. 90-degree angles is fine. Snap to sides of buildings, zone grid, all that stuff. Can only turn right. They should not be allowed to turn left if they're thinking of doing it. Then no need for anything then here. Same with over here. These. Okay, so yeah, we could have factories and car parks and maybe car parks and stuff down here, and we're gonna have a retaining wall or quay wall there. So without this, for instance, we have created the beginnings, right? Everything will work now. We'll just reconnect that rail line. Okay, so that's hooked up. The road technically is hooked up, so we can get stuff to and from other places. The bridge is not hooked up to anywhere, and it's not hooked up to the intersection yet either, so there's still so much to do. Holy crap. This is not the same map from the series now. This is a map from my stream only. So I stream every Monday, and this is maybe the 6th or 7th stream on this map. And it's been kind of like my experimental city. It just started when the game came out. I've been testing out features, testing out a bunch of things. A bunch of different things, and now I'm kind of like, again, testing out industrial harbors and stuff like that. Would a roundabout work here with the one-way in, and you have one-way out? Loop into the one-way you have. Too difficult to know which any of the roads you're talking about, I'm sorry. Let me just think about something as well, though. So, this is another way down. So, this guy coming down... needs to get into... Yeah, I feel like almost a roundabout here might be good, or something. Made it quite complicated for myself now. So, you're coming in here. You'd have to find a way, basically, to get over there. Going on to that guy. I feel like I've kind of one-wayed myself into a corner here. Yeah, because we got this one way here that doesn't go anywhere. And obviously, you can go up or over, under. Or you could just join on, and that becomes a 4-lane road. But then it needs a way to turn left, so it would have to be like a junction or something. Tunnel underneath would do it. Be okay with the tunnel. This could be a one-way actually then, right? This could just stay one way the whole way around. And this could link into there. That'd be okay. We do that? I think so. Well, the only thing I can think that might be wrong is if cargo arrives here and it wants to get to any of these factories, it has to follow this one-way path to get out. And that just naturally takes it to either the highway. There's no like alternate option for them. I can make one though. Okay, right, I got it. That might not have to be a one-way down there actually, but let's leave it as a one-way for now. Connect the one-way roads. I know, I'm doing that now, yeah. How far does this have to go down, really? 10 meters. Is that too far? Try 7.5. That's not deep enough. Is this not deep enough as well? Does it have to go 10 before that gets closed on top? I guess so. Damn. Oh boy. Sorry about that. I thought 7.5 was where it begins the tunnels. Create small alleys off the one-way loop. Hang on. Sorry, how far do you have to go down? Jeez. That's 10 meters down. Jesus. Oh, okay. So the screen goes dark. 12.5. Alright. At least we know. So it would have to go under. About there, and then start coming up. Quite the climb. Doesn't look the best, but works. Okay, so that's connected to the one ways. But the only last thing I was thinking is that, yeah, if you're unloading here and you're forced to travel along this one way, you have to go across. Now someone said make an alley come off of it. And that is one way to do it, I suppose. Just get one road somewhere in the center here. But the problem is they could be coming out of here, I think. Then they're forced to go onto the highway. So what I was thinking is, just here, you build another like off-ramp to joins onto there. That would almost have to be like a 5-lane road then, at least for a bit. Does that even... 6-lane one-way road. 5-lane one-way. Could have it like that. Let me just see. Oh. Gonna have to become a 3-lane. Trying to think where that turn begins because it's already on a bend. There's not much room for it, especially with the layout that we've got. You just connect the 3 one-way roads in sequence. Alright, I'm not sure what you mean. Are you behind or something, or am I just really bad at what you're saying? Understanding what you're saying. All of the one-way roads are connected now, right? I'm probably just not smart enough to know what you're saying, because you, like, I don't even know what you mean by in a sequence. So, this one-way road here, Beach Highway, comes down, joins on, and goes out to there. This one-way travels, it forks into 2. One part of it goes back onto the highway. The other part goes back onto the highway, but in the other direction, so that's fine. Highway coming down, splits and joins onto Holly Street. Hamilton comes around, so that's how you can kind of get into here if you wanted to. So yeah, all the one-ways are connected, except for just the possibility that if someone is coming out of here, they are forced to go onto a highway. These roads only lead out to the highway. There's no way to just like go to the factories that might be around here. That's the other thing that I feel like needs to be done. So my goal for that is basically to have a single one-way road that somehow splits off from this and goes over to there, or splits off from here. It's like, yeah, that's going to the highway, this is going to the highway, but maybe there's 3 lanes here instead of 2, and one of those lanes will join onto that area. So that's what I'm hoping for. But it means that a lot of stuff has to shift over. So this would have to shift so that it's like that. This would have to shift so that it's like that. And now we do have this line here that can be added onto, but we're next to a tunnel, so I don't know how that's going to go. I might have to redo the tunnel or something. In fact, let me just get rid of the tunnel, because I feel like that will have to just come after it. Basically like that. Has to be in the other direction. So you can just flip it and be okay. Yeah, that's good. That car is allowed to go either left or right in situations. So that's fine. Yeah. Left or straight. So they're on 3, 3, 3, 3, and then it's like, yeah, 2 straight, 1 left. That's what I wanted. So now it's just a matter of joining up the tunnel again. I don't know, maybe it will be difficult to join the tunnel into the center, but let's try. 2 lanes. We'll go curve, please. Go forward pretty much to... Oh, that tunnel's still under there. Pretty much to there, and over to -12. I don't know if I can come straight back up. I don't think so without 11. Yeah, the best I can do is get to there. Alright, let me just try cut that now. Try this again. Okay, so now the single one again, but at least we have our latch point now, so that might make things easier. Okay, did it by -12? Actually, I don't even think I did I? Let me just see. Note the elevation was on 0. I think I just connected it to the tunnel by accident. Oh my god, fuck me. Sorry. It's not very good, like I said. Bro, why go under? Well, what else can I do? It would be crossing over. Ah, I don't want to make an intersection. No way. That's the whole point of using one-ways, is to avoid using it, making an intersection. That's why I said, like, roundabout. And then you were like, no, don't use a roundabout because it's industry. And I was like, yeah, okay. But the idea then would be one-way roads would keep everyone flowing. That's why I was going to use a roundabout. If you're going to just use a junction, then it's like, well, there's no need for one-way roads at all. You could have just had... like, apart from obviously just the exit ramps. But no, now I'm committed to doing it where they're going to avoid ever having to stop. That's the plan. Surely that's like the big benefit. It's like the big payoff of using a series of one-way roads is to avoid ever having to do that. Really use the complex curve because I can't do this right in one go. I almost had it. I know, we're almost there. It's just a bit finicky. I'll get there. I know I will. I'm confident that it'll work. It's just I'm just struggling with the tools. That's a me thing. Right. -12. I don't think I need to come up that far. Probably to about there. And that needs to curve around like that, basically. The curve is 83 across. Looks like about the same distance it needs to go. Let's turn off the guidelines for a second. Now that says -12, but it hasn't gone fully underground yet, which is a bit concerning. Okay, there we go. Okay. Right, almost done. Almost got it. Parents are going to be so proud of this. Don't make a tunnel out of it again. That's all I ask. Alright, is it the smoothest looking thing ever? No. But does it work? Maybe. Oh my god, it looks so bad actually. I hate using tunnels. See if we can shape it just a bit without destroying it. I just have to leave it like that. Further out we are, the better it looks. I feel so bad leaving it like that, all jagged and messed up. Hey, Darcy. Try to do first underground part in opposite way. Then do the ground parts. Alright. So this is going to be a 5-lane road facing the opposite direction, so we can start off this way. You need to pull it off at the central, the 3rd and 4th lane. How do I do that? How do I snap to... That's ultimately the part I want to grab, right? Those 2 lanes, leaving 2 on the left and 1 on the right. So let's just go with that, even though it has to be curved a little to the left. Go down to negative 12.5. A lot of clearance space to do that. 12% climb down. Does seem like... I don't know. Yeah, let's try that then. So that's 90 meters. Okay. Stay underground. Totally fine. Now we can come back up. And we need to line up with basically going over there. Okay. So still looks a bit weird. It might just be because the tunnel is coming down quite fast, I guess, for where it is. Next thing then would be trying the on-ramps. Or off-ramps, depending on what you want to give them. I guess this is the issue, right? We're just a bit too close here. Well, this needs to be reversed as well. Oh my god. Hang on. Right, I can do it. I know I can do this. This isn't as bad as last time, which is the other thing. I need to push that just a bit further back. I need to give it more space. So that's even starting maybe even here. That gives you lots of space to bring that tunnel down. What distance is this? 123 meters. This 122. Perfect. Right. Do it again now. I'm going to let this stay straight instead of immediately beginning the tunnel. I think that's also part of the problem. I'll go to 40. It needs to go down to 12. Go all the way up to the very edge there to do that. Actually, we can start turning it now even. I just worry it's really close to that area there, so that's what has the problem. Floating grass. I know, you can't take it. Can't handle that. I mean, the game has a million graphical glitches, but it's man-made, that one. It's my fault for that one exists. Right, 10%. That's not too bad. Go to 60 and we'll go across 60. Similar to the other thing that we've learned is that we should probably not go all the way up to the exit. Instead, we'll just go to for it and join it in. Okay, so it just needs to be flipped now. Well, I think we flipped them last, right? Looking a little bit better. Former AA member here. I forgot I wrote those things down. I always, it's kind of funny, but it's like, what if that person actually is a former AA member? Anyways. Right, let's, I think we can't flip it now, thinking about it. So let's try that. So this is still this is a 2-way. Yep. Okay. Love and life. I'm going to drop a node here. Then upgrade this to be just 2-lane. Fine, so now our spot is a lot closer that we can do this turn. I'll have to flip that road. I wanted to do a 5-lane, now it's going to be all messed up. Oh no, it's okay, it's okay. Good. Alright, great. Alright, so 2-lane curve. Start here, go up to pretty much right where the tunnel is. Turn off snapping to existing geometry. Keep it at the right angle if we can, please. And we want to turn into about there. Actually a pretty sharp angle, so what's that, 68 meters, go to 72, it's closest to it. Although if you turn off zoning cell length, we can get it where we need it to be. 8. Could just keep it straight, right? I think. Well, it's creating weird geometry, like it's creating that big shadow that's happening because it's the merge angle, I guess, is too weird. Maybe complex curve. Do any snapping for a second. I just have to be like this. I don't know why it's dropping like traffic lights and stuff because there's no one crossing past or anything. Anyway, the last one then is here. Try it from the opposite angle maybe. I'm gonna keep that crosswalk pretty far up actually, not that far down. Just that way the road won't be all weird. And if we go to about here, then we can start the bend in a similar fashion to the other side. Might look kind of good. Actually, if we just go a little further over, thinking about it, we can mirror that side a bit better. Go to about there, I think. Losing the dotted line on that other side, I really don't want to have that happen. The dotted line appears there, the one I'm looking at on the top right of the screen. It's not going to be smooth. Nothing I can do. Alright. God, I just want this dotted line to stay in. There we go. Does it work? It doesn't appear unless I go really close. Okay, and then we just keep this straight, I guess, for a bit. This is so easy, man. Alright. Right, let's flip it and get it back where it should be facing. So you're going that way, you're going that way. Everyone's joining on. No lights here. There's no crosswalks. Nobody going to be walking here except cars. Same here. Yep, left lane is just turning only. See, who needs traffic lights when you can build this weirdly shaped thing? It's giving me some vibes, but I don't want to say what specifically. Alright, let's get rid of that. Clean this place up entirely. Oh my god, he gone done it. Yeah, I'm almost done with it. I thought maybe we could just see if we can shape it just a little better. I'm not going to delete anything though. That is going to be it now, really. But I was just wondering, like, how far back can we push this kind of... Does that need to change at all? I'd say just leave it. There we go. So now, if you're a truck coming out of here, you have 3 options. Get onto the highway by following this one out. You can get onto the highway by following this one out, traveling left, or you can get back into the industrial estate by just coming around this way. Now, we do have some grass messed up here. You know, I think it's fine. I mean, what can I do about that? We gave it as many attempts as I could and as much chances as possible. That might just be what happens when you put a tunnel down. I don't know. Yeah, we did it. Easy. Super easy. All right, so there we go. Super easy. Oh, God. All right, that's it. Not going to run this or turn it on or anything. I'm just going to walk away today. Now, how much time do we have left? 6 o'clock. What time? Oh, my God. All right, I've got about 30 minutes if we can hook these up to the highway, even just in a temporary fashion. Just to get this area running would be nice. Now, what I was thinking is this one-way road, you could bring it along here, but it doesn't have to be one way at that point. And that is a 5-lane road. Wow. Medium road, 5-lane asymmetric. Alright, so let's... I guess we do want to kind of follow a sort of a grid, but I was thinking like you could come down to here, follow the wall down like that, right? There'll be a key wall in the future. Don't have one now. And then this area is just like a big industrial estate. That'll be the idea. We'll also at some point have like the pedestrian docks so that people can kind of get the ferry to work if they want to, I guess. I mean, in the game it works that way. I feel like it's very strange, but it is how it works in the game. So yeah, you could even cut this and just have this come straight down. There's your junction. Yeah, so it's an asymmetrical road on this one, so there's more on this side. That'll be the inside anyway. Oh, but we're driving on this side. Yeah, it still works. Alright, cool. But then it just becomes... Yeah, that's where it ends. That's where it would have to be... I guess this junction's where it becomes the one-way, right? Was that a 4-lane road? Oh, yeah. What's this? 5-lane. That probably makes more sense, right? I mean, it worked before, but maybe 5 is a bit much, actually. Yeah, let's just keep it back to 4. Because it still means, like, yeah, you can go straight or left here. So if you're in this lane particularly, you can either go there or you can just keep going on the outside lane out to the highway. So either way, that's a highway lane. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, if you're taking a left turn, just going straight. Okay. Right, so we can start putting in some of these factories and see if they look good over here. They work over here. There's not many... Oh, there is actually some employees in this one at least. Which side? You can flip it onto this side of the road or that side. Both are one-way roads, actually. And then people said you could add car parks in the alleys might also be somewhat of a decent idea. Or we could put it on the inside. You know, I don't know. The final placement of any of these buildings isn't done. And then we can fill this in with concrete and other things too. I would say with the roads coming on here, this should be probably moved up or something. But it all depends. You know, I just don't really know. Oh, and we did say that actually it'd be better to have another smaller street running alongside this, perhaps. Although that's kind of what this is. They're both one way. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. I just kind of want to get things up and running now. So we're just going to try and connect up this highway somewhere. I did say I was going to just bulldoze straight across here and have some sort of ramp that comes down. There's also a train line that has to connect, and then we have to do the same over here. So this is going to be really temporary looking, but it's just to get it connected so we can actually turn it on because I don't have much time left. How much power do you have for your city? No, it's we didn't even let time play at all today, I don't think. We consume 110 megawatts, we produce 68. 69. So I guess we import. Not that it's a problem. We make over 550,000 nearly. Moment, so we're totally good. So yeah, this is gonna be the temporary line basically is where spending a long time ends. This particular thing. So I can't remember how high up I built that actually. 10 meters was it? No, it was 15. Actually, thinking about it, yeah. Yeah, so this is just going to be a really temporary job. Just going to keep saying that this is not final. I'll probably do this on my own at some point, or we'll do it in the next stream or something. These things take me a super long time to get together. One way out. Okay, so this needs to turn left and go out that way, basically. Again, because it's temporary, I'm just going to build it as a tunnel. Actually, no, wait, we don't need to go left, thinking about it. That's done now. Good question. What's the price of City Skylines 2? Well, it's on Game Pass, so you can play it there or whatever a subscription fee is in your local currency. If you wanted to check it out. But I think it's like $50. It's not 60 or 70. I'm pretty sure it's cheaper than that. I think it's like $50. I bought it in the UK, so I can't remember. I bought the deluxe edition though. I feel like it was like $60 then probably. That highway's been cut. We had a Photoshop file to reference early on. Oh, how easy. You know, it was just 2 blue lines made to seem like that would be super quick. Not that quick at all. The thing then was the highway that was down here. So that's all gone. We deleted all that. Continuing out to the regular highway out there. A lot of traffic up here. That's outside the map, but that's the highway that was baked into the map for me. Okay, so just to get this adjourned, so you're going off to the right, that's totally fine. In fact, there's nothing else here, so you guys can just do that. And I guess this runs over to the left really easily, actually. I think. Whatever, man. You'll figure it out, right? Okay, so then you have to do the same. Man, things are so quick when you don't care how they look. Guess I just need to extend this road over. Hope Rakshith is still here. Hope I didn't offend anybody. Not understanding or going with their ideas or anything. We're just missing the idea of a junction, that's what it was. Okay, so for the fun of it, you're gonna squiggle around instead of deleting any parts of it. Have a bit of fun. There you go. Alright, perfect. It's much better than it was before. Right, anyway, at least it's linked up. So now you've got highway access. Our new highway has been built. You can go across here. Right into the heart of our downtown industrial sector. But that's why a lot of it's going to be moved out here. Some of the more bespoke factories are going to be out here as well. I think in the future, a real big project, maybe in the next stream, we could just continue this road all the way across. Join, I mean, you could do it right now, actually. Just join it over here. I don't know what that's going to do for us, for people, but seems like that's probably what's going to happen. Now, that fertile land there? Yeah, it was. I think, how do people get up to this thing? Where's our other highway? The highway, part of the highway is in over here. And then this highway out here. Where a big junction is for the highway. So, somewhat temporarily, I suppose, what we could do is join this over there. This could look really crazy. Let's give it a shot. Why not? Gonna go high and tight. 15 as well, but try to maintain that as we go across. I don't even know where I'm aiming right now, really. Not gonna, the farm's gonna have to go. What are we overlapping? Looks fine to me. There's something behind me. There we go. Destroy the industry, why not? Complex curve. This one. There we go. Love it. Great. I mean, that's what people wanted me to do, right? Just build highways over roads and things. Destroy businesses. Who gives a damn? That's connected, but we need a way to get actually up onto it from down here. So one of these roads is just going to have to go. Now, the idea is that in future... See, I'm just running out of time, so we're just doing this very quickly. I just want to see this place get activated. But this will be just almost completely deleted and just rebuilt from the ground up. There's actually a railway station in here. This railway is probably going to just now cut straight across and join over to our railway over there. Yeah, the passenger railway is the one that uses the tunnel. The cargo rail doesn't. Oh, the cargo rail is coming from the other industrial area out here. Okay. Yeah, so we want to get their goods over onto the island as quick as possible, so we could shift it out this way. That's where it's going. Where we're aiming for. We just cut across the industry again, just for fun. Destroy people's livelihoods. I love the chaos of it. That's why it's fun just building an experimental city where it's like, it's basically creative mode, even though it's not. Now, is that lower down? Oh yeah, we actually did bring it lower. It didn't need to go this high, actually. Alright, well our railway is technically connected and functioning. So that's good. When are you going to be playing City Skylines 1? Oh, I saw your comment today, actually. Yeah, I think I'm done with that series. I'm just going to play City Skylines 2. Because in the last video of City Skylines 1, we hit 100,000 population. So I kind of thought, like, yeah, that's a pretty good place to end it. It hit it right before this game came out, so I thought it would just make sense to switch over to this one, seeing as it was viewing better as well. Because City Skylines 1, it went on for like 40 episodes, I think. And the last one was down to about 8 or 9,000. Just a bit lower, and then starting this series is in the hundreds of thousands. Obviously now it's down to about 50 or probably now about 20 at best, but still better than Cities 1. Not that I only go where the views chase me go all the time. I'll sometimes do content and stuff that doesn't immediately reward you with views, and I always continue series till their natural conclusion, you know, pretty much. But the reason I stopped with that was just because it's like, well, the views are kind of dropping off, but also we just hit a nice big milestone, 100,000 population. I'd built basically everything I'd wanted to in the game. The only thing I never got to do was a zoo, and I thought a campus would be nice. I built my own custom campus, but campus would have been nice to play around with. But other than that, you know, we did all the airport stuff, and I had the harbors, and I don't know, I felt like it's still, like, it's not a complete city, I guess, because there's still patches where it was like, yeah, this was meant for something. I thought it was a good spot to leave it. Not many people seem to really mind either. Anyway. It also wasn't the intention. I wanted to play this and see if the game was any good, but then I really genuinely just really enjoyed it and got quite addicted to it, so I'm like, yeah, I don't really want to go back now. Oh, are you doing a build guide like what you are working with Satisfactory update? In this game? Nope. Probably not. I don't think I'm good enough to be guiding people with this type of game as much. I mean, I kind of guide people when I'm playing naturally anyway, but not to the extent I do in Satisfactory. The highway, 5-lane highway. So we need to get a road that just comes up. One way on. This is gonna be crazy if this works, but okay. Wow, it just works. There you go, you can get onto the highway. Super smooth. So for anyone's just joining me, I do try to build things that are good, but at the moment I'm running out of time for the stream, so we've been building out this cargo area. It's taken me 3.5 hours just to put this down, this road infrastructure, and this bridge, I guess, that goes across the whole thing, and the rail line. But because that took me so long, I'm rushing now at the end just to see if we can get it to make it work and just have stuff delivered to it. I'm just destroying parts of this old industry anyway, because it's going to be removed. Everything else is all still going to be intact, but what I'm just building now is just kind of temporary, just to see, like, yeah, let's get some cars over there and get them rolling and get that place actually up and running. So I anticipate tons of issues down here as a result, but, you know, it's all good. It's somewhat temporary. Right, so oh yeah, this can actually just be built over roads. I forgot about that. So I guess ultimately we have to do the same thing. I think that farm is going to have to go. For all my efforts of trying to build around it, I didn't leave enough space with the rail line to allow me to... Unless this can just be built on the farm. No, I can't. Alright, sorry farm. Time to go. Leaves lots of space for our highway now to continue over. There was a 3-lane coming in from the highway over there. It's cool to see what you can, how, like, if you just don't care, how quickly you can put things down. It takes me so long to do anything in this game. This makes it real quick. Probably keep that as, Wait, did I do that the right way? Oh, no, I didn't. Whoops. Facing the wrong direction. Supposed to doing it from there. Do it from there. Alright, cool. That's connected. Why did he make the train a tunnel? Because it would, I don't know, it would have to then just come up to this level anyway, which is above ground. This is like 10 meters up. So you're building a tunnel that would have had to rapidly climb to get up to here. That's pretty much why. Plus, like I said, anything from the right side of the screen now, anything on this side of the screen to the right, it's just completely temporary just to get up and running. If you're talking about here, why didn't I make this a tunnel? I don't know, it just seems like going underwater would be a bit strange. So this is the bit that I've carefully done. This is the bit that I haven't, that I've just tried to get things running. Now, this industry is going to be removed. So where the train line's actually going to go in future, I don't know. Like, ultimately, this train line will have to come over and connect to this one. That's going to happen. that could do with a tunnel. Like a tunnel going underneath here and coming out would actually probably match the height. There is a train tunnel that does similar thing over here. So I'm not afraid of using tunnels with trains. It's just for the quick. We don't need to do that right now for just being quick and stuff like that. Make a solar plant? No. All I'm doing in the rest of the stream is just hooking this up and getting it running. We don't need a solar plant. I mean, why? You know, I don't need one. We've got power. We've got money. Everything else is fine. I'm just focusing on the harbor and the industry at the moment. Maybe in the future, though, a big solar field could be kind of cool. I'm just trying to think. Sorry, the last thing I need to do is just actually give these guys a way to get down. So just continue this as a 3-lane just for a moment. Yeah, so here, 2-lane off-ramp, and I could just join up at that junction. Alright, easy as that. Alright, it's technically hooked up now. Now, there's no power over there, so I guess we'll have to do that next. Is there? Oh, the rail line provides power. Interesting. Does it provide water as well? Technically, no. Well, just, again, put a water pumping station somewhere out here to give this area enough water to be fine. Alright, last thing then would be to set up the naval routes. A narrow seaway. So we have to join the seaway that we've created onto the one that's already existing. I don't know how the seaway can be overlapping the building that we have, but okay. Alright. And then we just need to make a route. So a cargo route, right? Yeah, cargo ship route. From there to here. And then back. And this one can go from there to here and back. The train route can then have a route directly into here. Cargo railway route. So from there over to here. And then you just click it again, right? Just close that loop. Now, do I need to also send it off map? Well, I think so. Create a route from here. Oh yeah, I'll have to actually connect the rail line up to the main rail line if you wanted to get it off map. Although the boats would take it off map, I guess. Yeah, so let's just leave that. That's fine. Because yeah, this could have gone out, but there's no rail line connection out this way yet. It has to be made by extending the map tiles. Alright, should we let time play and just see what happens for a bit? Got power problems. Yeah, I did think power would be an issue. Let's build a solar farm. Oh, we haven't got the solar farm. Couldn't help you out, I'm sorry. My phone died, I'm back. What did I miss? So this is what I'll go over it now in just 1 minute. We're almost done. Actually, I just need to give these guys power, and then once they have that, they should be good to go. Where are our transformers? One over there. We have wind power out there, actually. Just feel like this would need its own power or something. Probably going to be too much for the network. Let's see. They need their own sewage outlet as well. Wastewater treatment plant produces sewage and purifies it of pollutants, then pump back into the water network. Yeah. Increases the sewage purification rate, resulting in more sewage being turned back into fresh water. You only have one. And an extra processing unit. Well, didn't leave much space, I guess. Alright. It's a cool building. Alright, very haphazardly thrown together. I don't know if anyone has a way to get here. Oh, I guess they do technically. We can give them just one car park as well for fun. Anyone parks their cars here. Alright, so we have now hooked up, finally built an actual cargo thing. So the only thing would be that the rail line doesn't have a connection out of the map out this way. But there actually is no rail line out that way. People are using our highway now. So we'll go over, because Alphabet's phone died, over what's been done. So today, on today's stream, we made this cargo harbor with an upgraded rail line. So the upgraded rail line had to be placed in this way, so that meant that we orientated, after a vote, decided to orientate this like vertically, aiming to like north facing, or north direction. Actually, I suppose east facing. So then the idea was to cut the highway used to go across here, but we cut that road off, and instead I built a longer highway that's going to run directly into the heart of the industrial area of the city, and through it, I suppose. So that took a long time just to even get that right, because it had to be built at a certain height, and whether or not it would touch on the islands and stuff, so that took a little while. Then we had the rail line doing the same, so slightly lower than the raised highway. We have a rail line that runs parallel to it, going into the industrial area as well. Then came the thing that took me the longest, which was getting the on and off ramps correct, so trying to make them look somewhat decent. I'm pretty happy with how they look. They're relatively smooth, and the way they blend onto the roads is good, I think, so pretty happy with that. For the most part, we're on a 5-lane highway, but it goes down to a 3-lane in between the sections. We have the on and off ramps. Happy about that. Then, for coming down off of the on and off ramps, right, we come down this way, curving around, going under, and we have a series of one-way roads that link onto main roads. I call these main roads, but they're 4-lane roads, right? So this one way goes on, this one way comes off, all good. But we came across a bit of a logistical challenge, which is, okay, if this has a high volume of stuff, we want to give it its own 4-lane road leading in a one-way direction. So it's 4-lane road leading in one-way direction. That's going to go straight back out and towards the highway. So it forks, where you can split off 2 lanes that way, or 3 lanes to the right. So it's a 4-lane road that splits off into 5 lanes, I guess. 3 of them to the... So these 2 go to the highway, basically. Yeah, these 2 go to the highway, and then these 2 go to the highway as well, but one of them, the one on the left, cuts back around into the actual industrial area for in the future when there's eventually going to be buildings and things here. If certain goods come in, they can just take that straight in, because they are on a one-way road. This is not a one... Oh, this is also a one-way road continuing down that way, but then we're into a regular road when we head out this way, although it is an asymmetrical road, because I feel like stuff that comes in from the harbor more of it might be turning to get to other factories out this way. So that's the idea. That's what we got. And that's what's been done. I also just moved the chemical plant that we built over here as well, just to see, do we get any people coming over and using it. Is this the same map as the series? Absolutely not. No. Different map. This looks good, right? The bits that we've actually focused on look great. I think they've come along well. Shame it took me so long to do it, but happy that we've done it now. When do you upload your Satisfactory video? So tomorrow there won't be a Satisfactory video. I'll be streaming it instead. I'll be streaming tomorrow Satisfactory, and then next Tuesday there'll be an actual regular video. Hey, they're using it. I did think it would immediately cause traffic, though, because they have just been thrown down in random places. In fact, something we could do to maybe help. Maybe help, maybe not. Now, what I really just want to see is actual ferries pulling in here and getting things. So there's been a little drop, but there's chemicals that have been dropped off here already. Is anything on this ship? Nothing yet. Chemicals make sense considering the chemical plant is right here. Let's move some of our other big factories over this way. One doesn't really have anyone in it. This one has a few more people though. 50 out of 720. It's really not that many workers. Got. Pharma. And then we did just unlock one today, which was the switch on. Oh my god. Huge. Need even more space over here. Tell you what, let's delete that little parking lot. Ah, you don't fit. You're a little bit too fat. Alright, let's get switch on. No one's going to be able to work here, but... Building is empty and available for rent. The company has to take it on. 2% industrial efficiency citywide. 1 college graduation chance. +1 to college graduation chance. Wow. They take minerals and plastics and make electronics. 24 employees. Love to see it. I wonder what would happen. Actually, how many people work here? 1,500. 376 educated. That's actually pretty good. What we could do is just maybe start dezoning and removing some of the old industry here. And might force more people to kind of work out that way. This massive job displacement. Clearing some of the area around the highway. New ones are still popping in. And fully cleared it as well as I'd like. Alright. Let's get it. We started the stream with 10% unemployment. What are we up to now? 18. Fuck yeah. Just take a job at Switch On. Everyone just joined the big megacorp. Well educated. 752 positions. That 376 should fill up quite quick, I would imagine. That's a good little test bed, right? Because it's a lot of people that'll be coming over to work here. I've got ships being made now and being created at the harbor, actually ready to ship off, I suppose, with some stuff maybe. You can actually add on the extra cranes, so should we do that? Oh, they've got no road access, so this will give you road access on the opposite side if you put in extra cranes. Wow, okay, that's crazy. I don't even fully understand that. So what, you have another pier on this side or something maybe? And a warehouse to store more stuff. So we've got grain, rock, local mail, electronics, chemicals. Anything on your ship? Nope. This one has stuff in it though. 200 tons of coal and beverages. You split between the two. You can add more stuff to the power plant to make more power. I'm aware. Well, it depends on which power plant, right? I'm using a coal power plant. Can't add anything to that. Small one. And then I've just got a wind farm. But I'm fine with power. Don't worry about it. Got loads of money. Power's not a concern. It's all good. Alright, so they've unloaded their stuff. Got another ship coming in. 100 tons of vehicles. Grain. Shame you don't see the cranes moving. You see it in City Skylines 1. Hopefully they will add these. Hey, we have our first train arriving and our trucks are arriving. Love to see it. And what are you doing? Dropping off electronics. What about you? You've got tons of stuff. So I would hope that this has all come from... Where have you come from? A rail yard. Destination cargo... Yeah, he's mine anyway. I wasn't just checking if it's someone else's. Well, I'm hoping they've come from over here. To ship off tons of this stuff that was in storage out here, right? There's 5,000 tons of crap in here. You've got a direct connection that leads you over across the bridge. I have to follow that train on its way back if it does go back. I'd like to see that. Oh, yes, it's going back. Oh, it didn't actually unload that much. Maybe it picked stuff up. It's going to roll backwards, I suppose, this whole way out. I find it really weird when they go backwards, but people say that that's normal. Hey, where are you going? Oh, wow, you're actually just going to do a little reverse maneuver? Interesting. Now, I've added a double track there, but you could have just I've never specified which way is what, right? You could just roll that way if you wanted to. It does join onto both sides. I suppose I could actually make this a one-way. No, it is a two-way. It's a bi-directional line, so they could do either. Just chose to do this. Going forward now, though. I guess that looks a bit better. Yeah, maybe this one had reserved this thing for turning. Whoa, what the hell? 38997. How good is this? Look at this. This is great. Got the ship in the background. You have the trains running alongside the... Would that be something that would happen? A train running almost underneath the bridge? How late am I streaming tomorrow? So what time is it now? It is coming up to 7 p.m. for me, right? It's 20 minutes to 7. It's 6:40 p.m. UK time. I'll probably stream at 3. And stream for about 3 to 4 hours again. So roughly around this time again. This is roughly around the time I'll be ending tomorrow. Stays up as a video though, the satisfactory thing. But it won't be like a traditional episode. I'm doing a few side projects. A few small things that don't really need to be included in the main series. But I'll be there to kind of show people things if they want to see them and answer questions. Look at this guy. He works at... I assume he works at Pharma. Oh, I'm looking at the motorcycle, not the person. He's a robber. Oh my god, he's gonna rob Big Pharma. And he's from Wretched. Yeah, he's got his little motorcycle. Let's follow this guy. No police out here. It's too far from everything. I like that his occupation, robber. Oh, sorry, Sophie. Excuse me. She's homeless. Just her and the bike. And a dream. Wow. Getting a little action there on the skirt. Which one's Pharma? Oh yeah, there's actually crime happening here already. You're gonna rob a thing that's already undergoing crime scene. The police are like there already. Good of her to indicate and follow the rules of the road. Another motorcycle. I'm guessing this is owned by the other person who robbed the place. Estrada family? A robber, yeah. I guess they love their little motorcycles. Good for Beaumont. Both of them are homeless and they decided to come here to rob the place. Yeah, cool. I don't blame them. It's far away from everything. And there's lots of valuable goods here. Probably gonna steal barrels and make meth or something. They're actually shipping off mail. Interesting. Vehicles. Cool. It seems to be working. Seems to be working. Got trains rolling along. We have people using the highway. People seem to be working the jibs. Although this area will be organized a little differently, but general idea will be kind of kept intact. Probably build some more generic industry out here and give them another route to get out or over. Yeah, that's the other thing actually. This doesn't really factor in anything. I suppose what you could do is actually have them have roads that are separated and they have to come around this way. This could be like a bypass that goes along the coast, almost all the way around. Give them some options. Nice. We zone residential in the old industrial zone. A lot of land pollution. Yeah, well this is gonna be industry as well. Because this isn't big enough to hold that much industry. Plus I want it to be relatively close to where everyone lives. I'm not gonna zone it now though, but we could check the pollution. Our population is actually falling since removing all those jobs. Yeah, ground pollution's still pretty bad. Amazingly, it didn't affect the farm. Oh god. Alright, I think I'm gonna have to leave it there. Looks great. Thank you very much, Chris. So yeah, I'm very happy. I mean, it's taken a really long time, but I'm quite happy with it. It's not done though, obviously, right? We need that key wall. These factories are just totally temporary. Probably build out the island a little further, add some extra factories in, then have to think about how like a road can continue along here, get people to that side if they needed to go over there. They would. So there's still not quite done, but you know, I'm very happy with how the bridge looks now. I like the on and off ramps. The rail is good. Quite happy with all that, and the one-way system I think is totally fine as well. Just prevent people parking on the sides, I guess, but yeah, I think that's kind of cool the way everyone just kind of merges onto the one big road. I don't know if anyone's used this one where they go off on the left yet to supply something in here. Oh, there we go. Yes, it was worth it. It was worth it just for that guy. Although, where's it going? Is it returning the tiny toys? This place is called Tiny Toys. Okay. Yeah, it's good to see that they're able to do that. No junction needed. Everyone free flowing. No traffic lights. Be happy about that. Alright, that's gonna have to be it. Had a good time chatting with everybody. And thanks for all the support, all the subs and all of that. Appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow. Like I said, streaming Satisfactory. So, roughly, I think it'll be 3 p.m. UK time. It'll be listed on YouTube. You'll be able to see it. This stream will be available after the fact, a couple hours from now. And it'll just become available to watch itself. And I usually put timestamps and stuff on it to guide people around. Although, for the most part, we just did one thing this stream. I'm not sure it'll be that broken up. Where did we end with? 18%. So yeah, next Monday we'll be back in the city, and then we can do cleanup on this and actually develop the industrial area more properly. Decide where this big major highway is going to go and get across to join onto this highway here. I imagine like really mostly straight and just join up here, but then an off-ramp that kind of leads it, yeah, maybe leads down into the city or something would be nice. And obviously off-ramps that lead down into the industrial area, so I have to think about it. But that's probably where it's going to go, and just keep kind of expanding out. Seeing as we've like infinite money, basically, it'd be nice just to focus on bringing in more people. Also, we didn't seem to solve the high rent issue. We made the smaller houses. Where did we make them, by the way? There they are. I mean, there's people living in them, but we still have high rent, so maybe just need more? I don't know. They said smaller plots will help, but seems to be about the same as it was before. Maybe there is actually slightly less in this patch. That could be a coincidence or not. I don't know. Maybe. What else needs to be tackled? How many people are in here now? Yeah, we still need just more and more people. Like this, it's pretty cool actually. I gotta say, like the late game supplying like a factory with that much high educated positions and all of the unique factories, quite the challenge. You know, to actually get yourself into the point where you've got thousands of the best education. It's like a very layered thing, right? You need lots of elementary schools, lots of colleges, and so on and so forth, and a consistent churn of people that are going to university coming out to the point where it's like, yeah, they're able to fill up these various jobs. So it's quite cool that you have all that. Anyways, so yeah, that's gonna be it for today. What would be the best scene to end on? I'd say just even there, watching trains come by. Actually, probably here is pretty good. Something like that. All right. Making houses with only 4 cell squares will help with the high rent. Your lot sizes are too big. You need more. A whole small area with those houses. Yeah, I guess I'll have to try that then. Thank you. Can you zone residential? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you were asking if I could. I don't know if you actually wanted me to physically do it. Obviously, I could do that, but they'll come in and then just start complaining, I guess, on Chirper. Or they might not move there at all, thinking about it. It'd be cool if you put in the bronze statue on that island. Oh, I don't know if I've unlocked it yet. Is it one of the landmarks? Yeah, I'm not sure it is, unless there's... There it is. 3.2 million. Where is this? Oh, it's inside of the tourist attractions. Ah, I see. Oh yeah, I've never seen these before in the game.
This is an emergency
that would be kind of cool out here.
citizens. Increasing areas
But yeah,
of forest.
that's gonna have to be it for today. Next episode of CS2 later today or tomorrow? No way. Tomorrow, streaming Satisfactory. The next City Skylines episode, Thursday. Yeah, Thursday. Yeah. All right, that's going to have to be it for me. Thank you very much for watching. Have a great rest of your week, and I will see you hopefully tomorrow's stream for Satisfactory. If not, maybe on Thursday for the rest of the next City Skylines episode. And if not then, next Monday, back streaming again. All right. Thank you very much. Good night.